LoveLore Library. Chapter 339. This old man really wants to use the rest of my time to compensate Axaner, but the heavens don't follow my wishes. King Lulan's secret letter has arrived and that old geezer insists on sending Axaner to Lulan. What should I do? On the second day after Chu-Shi woke up, he received King Lulan's secret letter. Although the words were tactful, the meaning was clear. First, Chu Ma-Xin was King Lulan's prospective son-in-law. If anyone dares to harm him, Lulan will use all its power to annihilate them. Second, Chu Ma-Xin was to be sent to Lulan as soon as possible. He would personally protect his son-in-law. This was Yao Moan's second plan. If Chu-Shi was stubborn, then with King Lulan stepping in, he wouldn't be able to touch a single hair on Chu Ma-Xin's head. Thus, Yao Moan had put in a lot of effort when it came to Chu Ma-Xin. Something like that happened. Yao Moan's expression was calm and her eyes were filled with shock. This old man won't pursue the matter of who sent this to King Lulan's ears, but if anyone can keep Axaner by my side, this old man will be eternally grateful. Chu-Shi could naturally guess who the instigator was, so the one who started the trouble had to end it. What does King Shu mean by saying this? Yao Moan was unhappy. Was she afraid of pursuing the matter? These words were a threat. It means that Empress Chu is wise and resourceful. If you can help this old man resolve this problem, this old man will definitely make a choice between Yi Junqing and Yi Hongyi. Chu-Shi's words were clear and straightforward. In his opinion, Yao Moan wouldn't be able to resist this kind of temptation. King Shu is looking down on Moan. Moan treats the austere prince well because we were brought together by fate, not because of benefits. If Moan agrees to King Shu today, who knows how Moan will be able to face the austere prince in the future. Moan still has matters to attend to, so I won't keep you company. Yao Moan's words were clear and sonorous, making Chu-Shi feel a little ashamed. Ahem, this old man isn't treating this as a transaction. It's a request. Is a request not enough? Chu-Shi really wanted to scratch his head. As the monarch of a country, he had always been swift and decisive. When had he become so subservient? If it's a request, then Moan is willing to give it a try. However, Moan doesn't dare to guarantee success or failure. Yao Moan had no intention of sitting down, so Chu-Shi couldn't force her. Then I'll try my best. I'll thank you in advance, Empress Chu. At this point, Chu-Shi was not in a position to emphasize anything further. When Yao Moan returned to the main hall, Chu Mabei and Yi Junqing had just raised their wine cups. Although the two of them didn't talk much, they had a deep understanding of each other. Now that they were drinking together, they seemed to appreciate each other. Yao Moan returned to the main hall and exchanged a few words with Chu Mabei before returning to Ji province with Yi Junqing. The next day, news came from the Golden Gate that the Shu army had retreated last night, leaving only Bailey Howrent to guard the city. Furthermore, they had opened up trade between the Golden Gate and Mangyuan. Ever since Yi Junqing had raised the flag in Mangyuan, Chu Mabei had stopped all contact between Jinmen and Mangyuan. His intention was to deny that Mangyuan belonged to Yi Junqing. Now that he had reopened the trade route, it was a tacit agreement. What did you talk about with the king of Shu last night? Yi Junqing couldn't help but ask during breakfast. King Lulan's heart aches for his son-in-law, so he insisted on bringing Ma-Xin to Lulan. Yao Moan felt that the taste of the ginseng soup was very special, so she filled another bowl. What does this have to do with you? Were you the one who wrote to King Lulan? Yi Junqing suddenly understood. Indeed, with King Lulan's support, even Chu-Shi wouldn't dare to do anything to Chu Ma-Xin. If Moan wasn't confident, why would she let Ma-Xin go? Yao Moan smiled disapprovingly. So you promised the king of Shu to settle this matter. That's why he withdrew his troops. When Yi Junqing saw Yao Moan's radiant expression when she mentioned Chu Ma-Xin, a trace of jealousy appeared in his heart. However, it was so faint that he didn't even realize it. Moen only said to try. She didn't promise him anything. Yao Moen felt that today's ginseng porridge had a hint of the fragrance of lotus leaves, which greatly increased her appetite. Your ambiguity is the worst. No wonder the king of Shu expressed his intentions so quickly. Yi Junqing harumphed and didn't pursue the matter. How is Guangning? She didn't believe that Chao Kun and Ice Soul wouldn't react at all after such a huge commotion in Shu. I'm afraid they're going to be disappointed. This prince is guessing that they wanted to send troops at the same time as Great Shu so that Ji province would be attacked from both sides. However, Great Shu's withdrawal has truly surprised them, said Yi Junqing truthfully. Moen isn't worried about Chao Kun. The main concern is Ice Soul. The iron-blooded army is a legend. The generals of the previous dynasty said that they were divine soldiers that descended from the heavens. We have to be on guard, said Yao Moen solemnly. Don't worry, this prince has galloped on the battlefield for so many years. This prince isn't someone to be trifled with, said Yi Junqing proudly. Tingyu, today's ginseng porridge was pretty good. Later, reward those chefs for this consort. Yao Moen knew that the current Yi Junqing was no longer as dispirited as he was in Guan Osprey Palace. She no longer needed to plan too much for him. Perhaps it was time to let go. This servant obeys, replied Tingyu respectfully. At the side, Ben Lei, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. Reporting to master, today's breakfast was made by Huan Kaier. Ben Lei's voice was very low, as if he was afraid that his words would make Yao Moen unhappy. Why was Huan Kaier in the guest house? Before Yao Moen could reply, Yi Junqing immediately lifted his eyes and looked coldly towards Ben Lei. This was something that old General Huan had begged this subordinate to do. He said that Huan Kaier only needed to go to the guest house's back kitchen to make breakfast. At the time, this subordinate was standing guard in the kitchen. After Huan Kaier finished making breakfast, this subordinate sent her out. At the time, Huan Heng had begged Ben Lei not to alarm Yi Junqing. Ben Lei had thought that if he reported this to Yao Moen, Yi Junqing would naturally know, so he had kept it a secret. Preposterous. Without this prince's orders, you actually let a stranger into the guest house. Yi Junqing stood up in anger and glared at Ben Lei. Forget it, it's not a big deal. Yao Moen put down the porcelain bowl and advised indifferently. How is it a big deal? Before we find a reason to announce it to the world, we can't let anyone know of your current state. Letting others spread this news and this prince saying it personally are two different things. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen with eyes full of worry. Yao Moen was speechless. She knew that Yi Junqing was thinking for her sake, so if she continued to retort, it would be a bit unreasonable. Thus, Ben Lei was punished to clean the latrines for another month. After returning to her room, Tingyu hesitated for a long time before speaking. Nyang Nyang, this servant doesn't know if this servant should say some things, but if this servant doesn't say them, this servant is afraid that this servant will suffocate to death. Tingyu looked towards Yao Moen seriously as if the sky was about to collapse. In reality, Tingyu had wanted to say these things a long time ago, but because of the matter with Chu Maxin, it had been delayed until now. Say it, Lu Xing is no longer here. No matter what, this consort won't let you suffocate to death. Yao Moen found it funny. Tingyu had never revealed such a serious expression to her before. Nyang Nyang has also seen it. Right now, Huan Heng is wholeheartedly focused on sending Huan Kaier to the guest house. His intentions are as clear as day, said Tingyu hatefully. Is that so? Yao Moen lifted her brows as she looked towards Tingyu, her eyes as clear as water. Nyang Nyang is teasing Tingyu. With Nyang Nyang's wisdom, you must have already guessed Huan Heng's intentions. However, Tingyu doesn't understand. Nyang Nyang will just allow Huan Heng to do as he pleases. After following Yao Moen for so long, Tingyu could naturally see the playfulness in Yao Moen's eyes. Chapter 340. It can't be considered reckless. It's understandable that he has the Huan clan in mind. Yao Moen sighed lightly as a hint of darkness flashed through her eyes. But he's already the national general, there's no need for him to send his daughter to Prince's side. Tingyu panicked. Huan Heng was clearly telling his daughter to seduce Prince. Were they really going to follow Huan Heng's intentions? It's always better to be prepared. Also, how did you guess that Huan Kaier wasn't willing? Yao Moen's calmness surpassed Tingyu's imagination. Your Highness, Prince hasn't even succeeded yet, but those women are already surrounding him. If this servant feels that you should stop them. Tingyu believed that as long as Master wanted it, no matter if it was Huan Kaier or Yu Funing, they definitely wouldn't succeed. With Huan Heng's prestige in the army, if Yi Junqing married Huan Kaier, it would stabilize the army's morale. Huan Heng would naturally work even harder. There's nothing bad about that. Yao Moen felt that she had no reason to stop them. If Yi Junqing had needed to rely on himself to pull himself together, then right now, Yi Junqing needed to rely on Huan Heng, those generals, and the millions of soldiers. Your Highness. You've done so much for Prince, yet this is the result you want. Tingyu looked towards Yao Moen in disbelief. She had never known that Master had tacitly approved of Huan Kaier's matter. It's precisely because this consort has done so much that this consort will do anything that's beneficial to Yi Junqing. Yao Moen felt a bit helpless. There were no regrets and it seemed like she had no other way out. But Tingyu doesn't understand. Why did you do everything for Prince? Tingyu began to cry. She had seen how difficult it had been for Yao Moen this entire time. If in the end, Your Highness and Prince couldn't be a couple for the rest of their lives, then it would be a tragic ending. Why? Yao Moen muttered quietly. To repay a debt. Because of Huan Kaier's arrival, the atmosphere in the guest house instantly became strange. Yao Moen had no choice but to continue playing dumb. As for Yi Junqing, other than dealing with official business, he had to avoid Huan Kaier's flattery. Yao Moen, was it you who had Ben Lei go find Huan Heng? After not seeing Yao Moen for 2 days, Yi Junqing couldn't even sleep well. He kept thinking about running to the back garden to see if that person was still there. Yeah. Yao Moen had no way of denying it. In the entire guest house, aside from Yi Junqing, she was the only one who could control lightning. Why? Why did you let Huan Kaier stay in the guest house? Just as Yi Junqing was about to complain, Huan Kaier suddenly appeared at the arched door of the back garden. Your Highness, you're here. Kai had a hard time finding you. There was a saying, rain after a long drought, meeting an old friend in a foreign land. It should have been a joyous thing, but now it seemed that some people were too hostile. Ah, isn't this the Empress? I haven't seen you for a while. Huan Kaier only knew that Yi Junqing was using Yao Moen as a hostage, so it was easy to imagine her attitude towards Yao Moen. Consort Chen. Were you also captured by him? Yao Moen put on an innocent expression as she looked towards Huan Kaier in shock. Of course not, this young miss is Prince's honored guest. Huan Kaier looked towards Yao Moen with disdain. She still hadn't forgotten who it was that had pushed her into the water. Yi Junqing, hurry and let Wan go. Wan wants to see His Majesty, Wan misses His Majesty. Yao Moen decided to ignore Huan Kaier and just grabbed Yi Junqing's hand and shook it non-stop. Let go. Who allowed you to touch Prince? Why don't you take a look at how dirty your hands are? Before Yi Junqing could speak, Huan Kai'er suddenly slapped the back of Yao Mowen's hand. The force was so strong that the back of Yao Mowen's hand instantly turned red. Huan. Yi Junqing was just about to explode in anger when he saw Huan Kai'er sticking to him like dog skin plaster. Your Highness, Kai'er has prepared a table full of your favorite dishes. Kai'er will accompany you back so you won't have to stay here and bicker with an idiot. Huan Kai'er acted as if she didn't see the darkness in Yi Junqing's eyes and continued to tug at him. This prince isn't hungry. As Yi Junqing said this, he abruptly shook off Huan Kai'er's hand and turned to walk towards the study. If it weren't for the fact that Yao Mowen had secretly kicked him, he would definitely let Huan Kai'er know that she had hit the wrong person. When Huan Kai'er saw that Yi Junqing was leaving without looking back, she didn't dare to chase after him. She could only turn around angrily to look at Yao Mowen. It's all your fault, you vixen. Didn't your older sister cause enough harm to Prince in the past? Now look, after one dies, another one comes. You idiot, if you dare to bother Prince again, just watch how I'll take care of you. Warned Huan Kai'er. This servant asks your Highness Consort Chen to pay attention to your own status. Tingyu couldn't take it anymore and stepped forward to retort. Pa. This young miss doesn't care about your Highness Consort Chen's status. This young miss is currently the only daughter of Prince Su's subordinate country general, Huan Heng. Also, you're just a servant girl, what are you acting all high and mighty for in front of this young miss? Don't forget that you're all prisoners. Huan Kai'er looked towards Tingyu with disdain. You! Tingyu's eyes were spitting fire. Ever since she came to Manyuan, Mistress had never been bullied like this. The king of Shu was formidable and Mistress wasn't at a disadvantage. Now that Huan Kai'er was belittling her like this, Tingyu naturally felt it was unfair. Huan Kai'er, don't be too pleased. Once Huan He sees His Majesty, I'll definitely tell His Majesty that you bullied me. Yao Mowen took this opportunity to pull Tingyu back to prevent Tingyu from making a big fuss. Ha! See that muddle-headed monarch. Alright, there'll be a time when you two meet. Huan Kai'er glanced at Yao Mowen with disdain before turning to leave. Under the sunlight, her figure was like a proud hen. Only when Huan Kai'er was far away did Tingyu turn to look towards Yao Mowen. Your Highness, you're just going to let her bully you like this. Tears welled up in Tingyu's eyes and her voice sounded like she was about to cry. Forget it, it's not like I lost a piece of flesh, so what's the point of bickering with her? Yao Mowen originally wanted to lecture Tingyu, but when she saw how Tingyu looked like she was about to cry, she swallowed those words back into her stomach. There was a saying that those who accomplish great things shouldn't bother with trifles. Her current forbearance could be exchanged for Huan Heng's loyalty on the battlefield, so it was worth it. Right at this time, Ben Lei suddenly ran over. Master, it's Mang Yuan's letter. As Ben Lei spoke, he handed the letter to Yao Mowen. When Tingyu saw that it was Ben Lei, she finally found an outlet to vent her pent-up emotions. If it wasn't for Ben Lei, Huan Kai'er wouldn't have come to the guest house. Thus, the moment Ben Lei steadied himself, Tingyu suddenly pinched his arm. Ouch, it hurts. What are you doing? Ben Lei looked towards Tingyu innocently. My hands itched. Tingyu lifted her brows and looked towards Ben Lei. Master. When Ben Lei saw that Tingyu had no intention of apologizing, he turned to look towards Yao Mowen. Well done. Yao Mowen's cherry lips curved in a smile before she opened the letter. When he saw that Yao Mowen had no intention of standing up for him, Ben Lei decided to just endure it. He naturally knew the reason for this undeserved calamity. Your Highness, who sent the letter? Asked Tingyu when she saw the smile on Yao Mowen's face. Yao Tuesday, ever since Huan Kai'er had come to the rear garden to provoke them, Yi Junqing had ordered people to stand guard at the arched gate of the rear garden. Without his orders, no one was allowed to enter the rear garden. How many days are you going to be gone for this time? Even though Ji province was only half a day's journey from Mangyuan, in Yi Juanqing's eyes, it seemed like Yao Moen was going on a long journey. There was an unconcealable reluctance on her face. Tomorrow, at the latest, I'll be back the day after tomorrow. Yao Moen handed the cotton-padded clothes that she had rushed to make for Yao Tu last night to Tingyu. Then tomorrow it is, suggested Yi Junqing, his eyes sparkling. Chapter 341. Prince really can't leave my Nyang Nyang for even a day. Tingyu casually mentioned. I just can't. She's this prince's hostage. If someone sees her in Mangyuan, wouldn't that be exposed? How about this, you don't go, this prince will bring Yao Tu back. Yi Junqing didn't care about the meaning behind Tingyu's words and looked towards Yao Moen expectantly. Yao Tu is already 60 years old. Does Prince have the heart to let him go back and forth? Also, if Moen leaves, Prince will be able to do whatever he wants with Huan Kaier. Although she had tacitly agreed, it didn't mean she didn't care. Whenever Yao Moen saw Huan Kaier sticking to Yi Junqing, she would still feel very uncomfortable. Which eye of yours saw this prince do it with her? What reason does this prince have to do it with her? This prince's heart. His heart suddenly trembled. Yi Junqing's words got stuck in his throat and he couldn't say them no matter what. This prince only has Ma Xin in his heart. This sentence that he'd said to Yao Moen for almost 2 years actually got stuck in his throat. Yao Moen stopped what she was doing and looked towards Yi Junqing. Her clear eyes were like the surface of a lake on an autumn afternoon, rippling when the wind blew. This prince only has Ma Xin in his heart. Yi Junqing barely managed to finish the sentence, but his mood was no longer the same as before. Prince really doesn't have any new ideas at all. Tingyu, I'm leaving. Yao Moen smiled, but she didn't know what to feel. Even after Yao Moen left the room, Yi Junqing still sat there. His heart felt like it was being tugged on by a thin thread. Yi Junqing didn't know why he had hesitated just now. If his heart didn't only have Ma Xin, then who had barged into his heart without his permission? Yao Moen's departure was so sudden that when she left the guest house, Yin Shuai was in the middle of a mission in Guangning. Thus, other than Tingyu, Yao Moen only brought Lu Sha. Half a day's journey passed in the blink of an eye. When Yao Moen happily walked into Yao Tu's residence, she actually saw a face that she really didn't want to see. Third miss, you're here. When Yao Tu saw Yao Moen walk in, he walked over excitedly. Little sister, you didn't expect us to meet here, right? Yao Sulwan's gentle voice was cold. As she looked at the radiant Yao Moen in front of her, Yao Sulwan's heart bled. Thanks to Yao Moen, ever since she left the Chu Palace and came to Mangyuan, she had thought that the money she brought with her would be enough for her to live the rest of her life in style. However, she hadn't expected that the moment she entered Mangyuan, her money would be snatched away. She was penniless and even filling her stomach was an extravagant hope. Out of helplessness, she finally clenched her teeth and sold her body. After all, staying alive was more important, but she never imagined that she would be chased out by the madam the moment she arrived at the melancholy spring courtyard. With her beauty, she was actually rejected by the brothel keeper. At this moment, Yao Sulwan understood that none of this was a coincidence. Thus, in the following days, Yao Sulwan could only rely on begging. She ate and slept in the open, exposed to the sun and rain. She didn't know how much suffering she had to endure. If it wasn't for revenge, perhaps she wouldn't have had the courage to live until now. Steward Yao, what's going on? Yao Moen's voice gradually turned cold. She hadn't received any news that Yao Sulwan had escaped their control. What exactly had gone wrong? Third miss, second miss knows her wrongs. She's kneeling and begging this old servant, saying that she wants to personally apologize to you. This old servant knows that I shouldn't have meddled, but you and second miss are still family, family with broken bones connected by tendons. Yao Tu knew that Enchanting had done those despicable things, but no matter how heartless Enchanting was, he was still extremely benevolent towards him. Especially when he saw Yao Sulwan kneeling in front of him with disheveled hair and a dirty face, Yao Tu's heart softened. Steward Yao, this time, you've really made a huge mistake. Yao Moan turned around as she spoke. Based on her understanding of Yao Sulwan, if Yao Sulwan didn't have a way to subdue her, how would she dare to rashly lure her here? Want to leave? It's already too late. Just as Yao Sulwan was speaking, the sound of fighting suddenly came from the roof. Then a black shadow flashed by and Lu Sha fell to the ground, coughing up blood. Lu Sha. When Ting Yut saw that Lu Sha was injured, she immediately rushed over but was stopped by a cold sword. Empress, long time no see. Qing Long used the tip of the sword in his hand to force Ting Yu back and turned to stab Lu Sha. If you dare to kill him, this consort will immediately die in front of you. In this moment of imminent peril, Yao Moan suddenly pulled out a silver hairpin from her hair and fiercely pressed it against her snow-white neck. You deceived His Majesty and plotted to usurp the throne, so you deserve to die. Qing Long roared fiercely. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really wouldn't have believed that the silly empress was actually this scheming. Whether this consort deserves to die or not is up to His Majesty to decide. What qualifications do you have to speak? Yao Moan walked towards Qing Long step by step, her deep eyes filled with frost. You. Who are you people? Third miss. Yao Tu was scared silly by everything in front of him. He staggered in front of Yao Moan. Steward Yao. You've caused the death of Her Majesty. Ting Yu fiercely stomped her feet and looked towards Yao Tu angrily. How could this be? How could this be? Second miss, did you send these people? Did you make a mistake? Yao Tu looked towards Yao Sulwan in realization. His eyes were filled with grief and indignation. Make a mistake. What did this consort do wrong? The one in the wrong is her, Yao Moan. She actually pretended to be an idiot to deceive His Majesty. She deserves to die 10,000 times for her crimes. Yao Sulwan smiled sinisterly. Her smile distorted her face. You lied to this old servant. Second miss, have them put down their swords. I beg you. Yao Tu rushed towards Yao Sulwan and knelt on the ground to beg. However, Yao Sulwan fiercely kicked him away. His head smashed against the ground, causing Yao Tu to faint in frustration and regret. Qing Long. Kill her. Yao Sulwan walked in front of Yao Moan with violent steps. Her deep eyes emitted an icy chill. Qing Long, no matter if this consort is stupid or not, this consort is still the Empress. As for you, you're only a bodyguard by His Majesty's side. Do you think a second-rank bodyguard like you dares to go against the heavens? Yao Moan's gaze was cold but her heart wasn't confident. Perhaps this time, she wouldn't be able to escape. Qing Long. Don't listen to her nonsense. Even if you kill her here, no one will know. If it wasn't for the fact that she was secretly helping Yi Junqing, he wouldn't have the ability to resist the imperial court. She's rebelling, she's the one who's going against the heavens. When Yao Sulwan saw that Qing Long was hesitating, she suddenly pulled out a dagger from her waist and stabbed it towards Yao Moan. With a clang, Yao Sulwan's dagger fell to the ground. The tip of Qing Long's sword rang. Qing Long. Yao Sulwan gritted her teeth in anger. You were the one who killed ###. Qing Long's blood-red eyes shone with a cold light as he spoke in a low voice. No. Yao Moan's gaze was resolute as she calmly denied it. Anyone who admitted it was an idiot. Yao Moan sighed inwardly. With Qing Long's blind loyalty, she was confident that she wouldn't lose her life here. Who was it? The tip of Qing Long's sword suddenly slashed across Lu Sha's left ankle, causing a splash of blood. Ah! Lu Sha didn't say anything. He didn't even frown. Yen Nansheng. Yao Moan rushed forward, but when she saw that the tip of Qing Long's sword was about to touch Lu Sha's right ankle, she forced herself to stop. It's true. Another splash of blood splattered on the ground. Lu Sha clenched his teeth, but still didn't make a sound. However, the more Lu Sha acted like this, the more Yao Moan's heart ached. Qing Long. If you don't want Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise to be beheaded, then immediately stop. Otherwise, do you believe that even if this consort dies, this consort will still have a way to send your brothers to hell one by one? Yao Moan was enraged. The pearl hairpin in her hand abruptly stabbed a little deeper. Kolja's voice was like that of a judge carrying out his duties in hell. Blood trickled down from the snowy neck like a red spider lily blooming in hell. Chapter 342. Yao Moan's frightening aura swept over like a hurricane. Azure Dragon's hand that was holding the sword couldn't help but tremble. For some reason, when faced with Yao Moan's crimson eyes, Azure Dragon really couldn't bring himself to attack. Azure Dragon, kill everyone here. Otherwise, they'll definitely go to Ji Province to ask for reinforcements. Yao Sulwan saw that Azure Dragon was wavering and immediately warned. Release everyone here. This consort will go back with you to see His Majesty. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, His Majesty would never believe that the woman he dotes on the most isn't an idiot. Azure Dragon, this consort will give you a chance now. Once this consort dies, do you believe that His Majesty will go crazy? Yao Moan's cold voice seemed to have a bewitching power. Azure Dragon hesitated for a moment, then actually didn't try to harm Lu Sha. In order to personally see Yao Moan's tragic end, Yao Sulwan fearlessly agreed to return to Chu Palace with Azure Dragon. Yao Moan only let go of the hairpin after walking for an hour. She believed that Tingyu had already sent Lu Sha and Yao Tu to a safe place within this hour. The moment Yao Moan let go of the hairpin, Azure Dragon suddenly attacked and Yao Moan fainted. In Ji Province's guest house, Yi Junqing accepted the Longjing tea Huan Kaier had made and barely managed to take a sip. It was tasteless. Right at this time, Ben Lei suddenly ran in from outside. Prince, it's Mang Yuan's secret letter. As Ben Lei spoke, he handed the letter to Yi Junqing and took the teacup that Yi Junqing impatiently handed over. At the side, Huan Kaier clearly didn't know what was good for her and walked forward to read the letter in Yi Junqing's hands. This prince still has official business to attend to. If Miss Huan doesn't have any urgent matters, why don't you go back and rest? Yi Junqing deliberately put away the letter and looked towards Huan Kaier. Since Prince has matters to attend to, then Kaier won't disturb you any further. Kaier will go to the kitchen to prepare dinner for Prince. Huan Kaier backed away awkwardly and walked out of the main hall. Once Huan Kaier was far away, Yi Junqing finally opened the letter. However, when he saw the contents, his face paled and he shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Your Highness, what happened? Ben Lei hadn't expected that Yi Junqing would have such a big reaction. He immediately rushed out of the main hall, but there was already no trace of Yi Junqing. In the Mang Yuan Inn, Tingyu wept bitterly as she bandaged Lu Sha's wounds. I'm sorry. These were the first words that came out of Lu Sha's mouth ever since he returned from Yao Tu's residence. As a hidden guard, it was already a dereliction of duty that he wasn't able to protect his master. If it wasn't for Yao Moan risking her life to keep him alive, he would definitely commit suicide to atone for his sins. However, his master had expended so much effort to keep him alive. If he were to die just like this, who would he be able to face? It's not your fault, it's all that bastard Yao Sulwan. She was the one who caused her ladyship to be captured. But what should we do now? Ting Yu was sobbing so hard that her voice could not be heard. Her tears fell onto the wound that was wrapped in white cloth. At that moment, Yao Tu, who was unconscious on the other bed, finally woke up. Third Miss. Where is Third Miss? Yao Tu struggled to get up, his turbid eyes staring straight at Ting Yu. Right at this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open and Yi Junqing rushed in. He was dressed in azure robes and his handsome face was as pale as a sheet. What exactly happened? How could Moen have been kidnapped? Who did it? Yi Junqing's icy voice was filled with extreme anger as he walked over to Lu Sha's bed. Prince. You've finally come. It was Yao Sulwan and Azure Dragon. They were the ones who kidnapped her ladyship. Azure Dragon already knows that her ladyship was pretending to be stupid. He's definitely taken her ladyship back to the Chu Palace right now. Prince, you have to save my family's ladyship. The moment Ting Yu saw Yi Junqing, she immediately knelt to the ground and begged. Lu Sha was incompetent and couldn't protect Master. Prince, please punish me. On the bed, Lu Sha couldn't face Yi Junqing anymore and begged for forgiveness. Lu Sha's legs' tendons have already been cut by Azure Dragon. By the time we arrived, Azure Dragon had already set up an ambush. Prince, saving her ladyship is more important. Ting Yu pleaded for Lu Sha. It's all this old servant's fault. I actually believe that second miss was truly remorseful. This old servant has wronged third Mississippi. If something happens to third miss, this old servant won't be able to make up for it even if I die 10,000 times. Yao Tu finally understood that he had made a huge mistake. Ting Yu, take good care of Lu Sha and Yao Tuesday. This prince will go and kidnap Yao Moen right now. Yi Junqing couldn't wait to hear the whole story. Right now, he just wanted to see Yao Moen safe and sound. Just as Yi Junqing was about to rush out of the room, he was blocked by Ben Lei in wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Prince, you can't leave at a time like this. Ji province might start fighting at any moment. If you leave, who's going to manage the situation? Ben Lei heard everything clearly from outside and immediately blocked Yi Junqing's way. Scram! Yi Junqing's eyes were bloodshot as he punched Ben Lei's chest. Prince! We'll go and save Master. Prince, you absolutely can't leave Ji province. If anything happens to you, it would be a waste of Master's efforts. Seeing that Ben Lei was coughing up blood, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning immediately knelt in front of Yi Junqing and consoled him. Everything Yao Moen has done for this prince knows better than any of you. She only wanted this prince to succeed, but if this country can't be shared with her, then what's the point of this prince guarding it alone? Revenge is important, but what's more important, is to cherish those in front of me. This prince has already lost Ma Xin. If something happens to Moen, this prince will have nothing left to live for. Yi Junqing's low voice was steady and mournful. Every word he said was like a cuckoo crying blood, causing those who heard it to cry. At this moment, everyone fell silent. Ben Lei choked, but he still couldn't force back his tears. Prince, don't worry, Ben Lei will definitely guard Ji province and respectfully welcome Prince and Master's return. Ben Lei choked with sobs and retreated to the side. This subordinate is willing to stand with Prince and will definitely rescue Master. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning also stood up and didn't obstruct them anymore. As he watched Yi Junqing and wind, rain, thunder, and lightning's figures disappear from his line of sight, Ben Lei's eyes became misty. Prince finally admitted that he had Yao Moen in his heart, so heavens, you can't joke around this time. After chasing for more than 10 days, Yi Junqing and wind, rain, thunder, and lightning had been moving non-stop, but they were still a step too late. By the time they reached the capital of Chu, Yao Moan had already been brought into the imperial palace by Azure Dragon. Yi Junqing had originally wanted to charge in, but he was stopped by Yin Shui, who had arrived just in time. "Prince, you absolutely cannot act rashly. There are master spies in the palace, so why don't you let Yin Shui scout first and make a move after understanding the situation? That way, we can be absolutely safe," suggested Yin Shui calmly. "Yin Shui is right. If we charge in rashly, it's very likely that we'll fall into Yi Hongyi's ambush." Feng Lin also felt that Yin Shui's words were reasonable. "That's fine, then you have to be careful." Yi Junqing forced himself to remain calm and nodded in agreement. "All of you protect Prince well." After Yin Shui gave her instructions, she leaped out of the inn. Inside Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moan stroked the familiar table and chair, her clear eyes flickering with an indistinguishable light. She really hadn't expected to return so early. She hadn't even finished preparing yet, so what should she do? "Yao Moan, you've caused Ben Gong so much suffering." When Yao Sulwan saw Yao Moan's content expression, she clenched her teeth in anger. "Second older sister has already said this several hundred times on the way here. Can't you say something else?" Yao Moan glanced at Yao Sulwan, then turned to sit on the chaise longue. Without Fluffy and Jewel, this chaise longue seemed much larger. "Humph, you're about to die yet you're still so stubborn. You probably never even dreamed that you'd fall into Ben Gong's hands, right?" Yao Sulwan looked towards Yao Moan with a cold smile. She suddenly felt a bit impatient to see Yi Hongyi's shocked expression and Yao Moan's miserable death. Chapter 343. Who's the one being stubborn now? How could second older sister's circumstances be any better than Moan's? Don't forget, second older sister is currently locked up in Guan Osprey Palace with Moan. Yao Moan had always felt that hatred would make people have extraordinary rationality, but Yao Sulwan's rationality had been eaten by a dog. How could that be the same? This consort came back willingly to prove everything to His Majesty. As long as His Majesty knows that you're not an idiot, he'll definitely know that this consort was wrongly accused back then. Yao Sulwan shouted hoarsely as her eyes exploded. "Moan, truly pitiful second older sister. Could it be that you still don't understand that Yi Hongyi can't tolerate you not because of Moan's existence, but because you know too much? Of course, even if you weren't willing, Azure Dragon would still forcefully bring you back." Yao Moan shrugged as she spoke the truth. "It's different this time. This consort promises His Majesty to keep this a secret." Yao Moan's words had hit the nail on the head. If she hadn't run into Azure Dragon when she was begging, none of this would have happened. Although she was eager to take revenge, she had never thought of paying with her life. Only a dead person would keep a secret. Yao Moan's lips curved into a cold smile when she saw Yao Sulwan's pale face. Then she closed her eyes. She needed to think. In the Imperial study, Azure Dragon reported everything that had happened to Yi Hongyi. "Your Majesty, this subordinate isn't lying. Her Majesty truly isn't an idiot. In order to save Yao Tu, Her Majesty even used a silver hairpin to press against her own neck." Azure Dragon enunciated each word firmly. Yao Moan really isn't a simple person to have this kind of courage and boldness. A feminine voice rang out. Before Yi Hongyi could say anything, the woman sitting next to him spoke up. Perhaps this was just Warner's reaction in a moment of desperation. "It doesn't prove anything," Yi Hongyi refuted as he looked towards the woman next to him. If it weren't for the fact that Yao Moan's aura at the time was enough to intimidate the Azure Dragon Guard, Yao Tu, Ting Yu, and that secret guard called Lu Sha would have already been killed. Yao Moan's actions aren't strange at all. What's strange is that just a few words from her were enough to make the Azure Dragon Guard give up on silencing them. The woman's voice was extremely sweet, so sweet that even the Azure Dragon Guard felt his bones soften. Looking towards the source of the voice, Azure Dragon could not help but sigh. Meiji, one of the 3 vice-military officers of the Iron Blood Army, was actually so flirtatious, as though she was a fox that had become a spirit. With just a glance, she could hook a person's soul. That was a charming and enchanting face. She had a delicate face, a sharp chin, a small mouth, a cute nose, big round eyes, and long eyelashes. Every part of her was as pure as a child's, but when combined together, she gave off an indescribable charm. That kind of charm seemed to seep into her bones. Just the movement of raising her eyes was enough to give off boundless flirtatiousness. This was especially true when the woman's eyes were slightly red. When she smiled, there was an unconcealable evil aura. At this moment, Meiji's hand was caressing Yi Hongyi's shoulder. The corner of her lips curled into a playful smile. No matter what, we don't believe that Wana would lie to us. That's impossible, Yi Hongyi said resolutely. He did not push Meiji's hand away. Ever since Yao Moen had disappeared, Yi Hongyi had slept emptily every night. Those ordinary women couldn't arouse his interest at all, until Meiji appeared. Yi Hongyi knew that he didn't love Meiji, but his body couldn't resist Meiji's allure. This was a woman that could make a man go crazy. Just a little bit of her was enough to set him on fire. There was no cure. But Azure Dragon wanted to argue but was stopped by Meiji. Seeing is believing. Since your majesty doesn't believe me, then let's go take a look. In any case, your majesty's heart has already flown over. Meiji's bell-like laughter was pleasing to the ear. Then she pulled Yi Hongyi outside. Didn't you say that Jin's imperial palace is already filled with traps? When Meiji had appeared in Chu Palace, she had set up hidden weapons and traps in every corner of Chu Palace. The current Chu Palace could be said to be impenetrable. Even someone with exceptional martial arts wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Traps are meant to deal with assassins. Your Majesty is naturally different. Meiji smiled charmingly. When Yi Hongyi heard this, he immediately shook off Meiji and walked towards Guan Osprey Palace. Military Officer Mei, Yao Moen really is playing dumb. This subordinate. When Azure Dragon saw that Yi Hongyi had walked far away, he immediately walked to Meiji's side and spoke resolutely. It doesn't matter if she's playing dumb or if she's really dumb. Since she's back, she won't be able to leave alive. You don't need to worry about this matter. This seat has its own plans. Meiji waved her hand to dismiss Azure Dragon, then swayed as she walked in the direction that Yi Hongyi had disappeared. The sound of hurried footsteps gradually approached. Yao Moen let out a deep breath. She waited until the door opened before she opened her eyes. Wan Er. The person that Yi Hongyi had missed day and night was right in front of him. At this moment, Yi Hongyi had long thrown Azure Dragon's words to the back of his mind and rushed towards Yao Moen. Your Majesty. Wana misses you so much. After thinking about it on the way here, Yao Moen felt that even if she died, she wouldn't admit to playing dumb. As long as she didn't say anything, no matter how many witnesses there were, it wouldn't matter, especially since both Yao Sulwan and Azure Dragon had a reason to frame her. Shen also misses Wan Er. Really misses you so much. Yi Hongyi hugged Yao Moen tightly, so tightly that Yao Moen found it hard to breathe. Your Majesty, she's been lying to you this entire time. If it wasn't for her, Yi Junqing wouldn't have been able to raise an army in Mongyuan at all. She and Yi Junqing have always been in cahoots. She's not an idiot at all. Yao Sulwan was burning with jealousy when she saw how Yi Hongyi was protecting Yao Moen in his arms like a precious treasure. Wah wah. Your Majesty, second older sister is a bad person, Azure Dragon is also a bad person. Second older sister said that she was the real Empress of Chu and that Wanner stole her position. Azure Dragon said that #### died unjustly and that it was Wanner who harmed his brother. There's also Yi Junqing. He locked Wanner up and didn't even give Wanner anything to eat. Wah, in this world, only Your Majesty loves Wanner. Yao Moen was sobbing like a pear blossom in the rain. Your Majesty. Azure Dragon has seen everything. Even if you don't believe Sulwan's words, could it be that you don't believe Azure Dragon's words? Yao Sulwan had originally thought that Yao Moen would just sit and wait for death. She hadn't expected that Yao Moen would actually use this trick. Who knew how many times Yao Sulwan had fallen for this trick of playing dumb? Yao Sulwan really wanted to ask Yao Moen, can't you do something else? Yao Sulwan, you've got some guts. You actually dared to secretly leave the Imperial Palace. Did you really think that Jin wouldn't be able to find you? When Yi Hongyi heard Yao Sulwan's voice, he slowly let go of Yao Moen. In the blink of an eye, the gentleness in his eyes turned into ice. Your Majesty. Yao Moen is just pretending to be dumb. This is the truth. Yao Sulwan was no longer calm. Did Yi Hongyi not hear her clearly? Compared to her secretly leaving the Imperial Palace, wasn't Yao Moen's matter more worthy of his anger? Come. Drag Yao Sulwan out and beat her to death. Yi Hongyi had hated Yao Sulwan to death since a long time ago. He hadn't forgotten a single thing about how Yao Sulwan had threatened him. Now that Yi Junqing was rebelling, even if any rumors were to spread, he could push all the blame onto Yi Junqing. Your Majesty. You can't treat Sulwan like this. Yao Moen deceived the monarch, the one who should die is her. In order to get revenge for Yao Moxin, she colluded with Yi Junqing to rebel. She was the one who had done everything. Your Majesty, are you blind? The one who should die is Yao Moen. She knows the cause of Yao Moxin's death. She knows everything. Yao Sulwan roared hysterically. Her eyes were bloodshot and they seemed to be spitting out flames as they shot towards Yao Moen who was hiding behind Yi Hongyi. Chapter 344. Yao Moen still felt a bit regretful. After all, she wanted to keep Yao Sulwan alive. She still hoped that Yao Sulwan would be able to expose Yi Hongyi's evil deeds in court. However, she couldn't even protect herself right now, so she really didn't have that ability. Just as Yao Sulwan was about to be dragged out of Guan Osprey Palace by the guards, Mei Ji arrived with small steps. Your Majesty just escaped danger. Your Majesty, just treat it as a blessing. Just spare consortly. Besides, this seat still has some use for this seat. Mei Ji's appearance caused Yao Moen to jolt. The moment she had called herself this seat, Yao Moen had guessed her identity. It seemed that Yi Junqing's raising of the flag had alarmed the iron-blooded army. First it was Ice Soul, and now Mei Ji. Your Majesty, spare me. Sulwan knows her wrongs. But Sulwan is truly thinking for Your Majesty's sake. Yao Moen. Yao Sulwan refused to give up. She didn't know how to prove that Yi Hongyi wouldn't believe that Yao Moen wasn't a fool. Your Majesty consortly is truly insensible. Your Majesty and the Empress have reunited after such a short time, yet you're spoiling the mood. This seat seemed to have heard you insult His Majesty for being blind. TSK. This is your fault. Sometimes, when you say the wrong things, you have to be punished. Mei Ji had just finished speaking when a cold light shot out of her fingertip towards Yao Sulwan's left eye. At almost the same time, Yao Sulwan let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground. It hurts. Wanner is so scared. When Yao Sulwan's left eye continued to bleed and she cried out in pain, Yao Moan dove into Yi Hongyi's embrace with tears in her eyes. Come, hurry and carry consortly to the Imperial Hospital. Otherwise, Her Majesty Empress Phoenix eyes will be sullied. Meiji's red lips curled up slightly. Her bewitching eyes seemed to inadvertently sweep across Yao Moan's terrified face. Then, she swayed and left without saying another word. Yao Moan only came out of Yi Hongyi's embrace when the cries gradually faded away. Your Majesty, Wana misses you so much. Yao Moan gently caressed Yi Hongyi's face as her clear eyes shimmered with tears. In the blink of an eye, the tears rolled down. Wan, do you know how Yao Moshin died? Yi Hongyi couldn't help but reach out to wipe away the moisture on Yao Moan's face, but his voice was incomparably cold. Yao Sulwan's words echoed in his ears. Adding on Azure Dragon's certainty, he suddenly felt a bit uncertain. Was the Yao Moan in front of him really not an idiot? Second older sister said that it was His Majesty who threw eldest sister's child to death and even gave eldest sister a dagger. She said that although eldest sister committed suicide, she was forced to death by His Majesty. But Warner doesn't believe even a single punctuation mark in second older sister's words. Yao Moan's eyes flickered with tears as she looked towards Yi Hongyi resolutely. Why? Yi Hongyi stared closely into Yao Moan's eyes. He was very afraid that he would see a gaze that didn't belong to an idiot in Yao Moan's eyes, so his grip on Yao Moan's hand gradually tightened. Because Warner said that no matter what His Majesty says, Warner will believe it. His Majesty said that eldest sister died from a difficult birth, then eldest sister died from a difficult birth. Although what second older sister said is so true, Warner knows that she just wants Warner to hate His Majesty. But what can I do? Warner can't do it. Warner can't hate His Majesty. How eldest sister died isn't important at all, what's important is that Warner only has His Majesty left now. Yao Moan felt like she was going to vomit. If she didn't forcefully hold it in, she probably would have vomited even her stomach. Shen only has you left now. Yi Hongyi dispelled the grudge in his heart and abruptly pulled Yao Moan into his embrace, burying his head into her snow-white neck. When Yin Shui returned, her left arm was already soaked in blood. Her body was ice-cold and her face was as pale as paper. Yin Shui. Why is it like this? What happened? Feng Lin helped Yin Shui onto the seat first. Yu then pulled open Yin Shui's sleeve and shockingly saw that there were 3 bloody holes as thick as fingers on Yin Shui's left arm. However, there was no sharp blade inside. It's an icicle and it's already melted. Fortunately, there was only some ordinary poison mixed in, otherwise I probably wouldn't have been able to return. But don't worry, Master is fine. He's currently in Guan Osprey Palace. Yin Shui's lips were so dry that blood was seeping out. Her voice was extremely weak. Icicle. With your abilities, you couldn't dodge a hidden weapon. Yi Junqing frowned as he looked towards Yin Shui in disbelief. Prince doesn't know this, but the number of people who can use icicles as a hidden weapon can be counted on one hand. Among them, the most impressive is the Silver Dragon Old Man. As Yin Shui spoke, Yu had already finished dressing his wound. A god-level character, no wonder even Yin Shui couldn't dodge it. When Lei Ting heard this, his brows furrowed deeply. But if that old man had lived until now, he'd be at least 150 years old, right? Lei Ting expressed his doubts. So Yin Shui is certain that the person who set up the icicle formation in the Imperial Palace wasn't the Silver Dragon Old Man. Yin Shui's words caused everyone to wipe at their sweat. Wasn't that obvious? But it was definitely the Silver Dragon Old Man's last disciple, Meiji. Yin Shui's expression was solemn. Then what do you mean? Yi Junqing looked towards Yin Shui as he asked worriedly. The Silver Dragon Old Man is known as the leading expert in hidden weapons. Even the Tang sect can only look up to him in the dust. The thing he's most proud of in his life is the icicle formation. Now that Meiji has set up this formation in the Chu Palace, even if the Yin clan's old patriarch comes out, he still wouldn't be able to break through, much less Yin Shui. Yin Shui wasn't exaggerating. If it wasn't a god-level character, how could they have entered the godlike Iron Blood army? Everyone fell silent. This meant that saving Yao Moen was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. No matter how difficult it is, this prince must save Yao Moen. Yi Junqing naturally understood Yin Shui's meaning, but how could he give up? Prince, don't be impatient. Actually, Yin Shui has thought of a method, but I just don't have absolute confidence. Yin Shui hesitated for a moment, then continued. At the time, Yin Shui was by Master's side, so she knew that eunuch Zhou, who was in charge of selecting palace maids from outside the palace, was Master's trusted aide. Master owed him a great favor, so it wouldn't be difficult to send someone in, said Yin Shui seriously. I'll go. When Yu Er heard this, she spoke up bravely. That's not appropriate. The layout of the imperial palace is complex. If we want to get close to Master, we'll need to avoid Meiji's spies and investigate the layout of the icicle formation. We'll need to be very familiar with the layout of the palace. I'll go, said Yin Shui resolutely. But your injuries won't heal for at least 7 to 8 days. Yu Er objected. You guys don't need to say any more. This prince will go. Yi Junqing's words shocked everyone. At the side, Yu Er cautiously reminded him, Prince, it's the palace maids. On the 3rd day after returning to Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen already felt that the situation wasn't good. There were several times when she quietly called out to Yin Shui from the inner chambers, but no one answered. According to Yao Moen's analysis, Yin Shui should have received the news the day she was kidnapped. If there were no accidents, Yin Shui should have appeared in Guan Osprey Palace by now. However, there was no movement at all. The most likely reason was that Chu Palace was heavily guarded and Yin Shui couldn't get in. As for whether or not she was playing dumb, no one bothered to investigate. Only Yi Hongyi would occasionally come to Guan Osprey Palace to take a look. Yao Moen felt that she wasn't in any danger for now, so she didn't think too much about it and just focused on entertaining herself. For Yao Moen, the most enjoyable place was Pure Flower's palace. At the time, Yao Sulwan had been carried to the Imperial Hospital to hastily bandage her left eye before being carried back to Pure Flower's palace. Second older sister, are you feeling better? When Yao Moen arrived, Yao Sulwan was lying on the bed in a light sleep. As the saying goes, a dragon swims in shallow waters, a tiger falls to level ground. The once unparalleled Yao Sulwan had offended quite a few people, so when she was down and out, she suffered retribution. Even though those imperial doctors had helped her stop the bleeding, they had only applied the lowest grade painkillers, so Yao Sulwan had been in pain the entire night. She had only just begun to feel a little tired. Chapter 345. Yao Mo Wan. Yao Mo Wan, you devil. I hate you. Get lost. When Yao Sulwan heard Yao Moen's voice, she jumped up from the bed and glared fiercely at her mortal enemy with her remaining right eye. Second sister, don't be like this. This isn't Wan Er's fault. Wan Er already told second older sister not to speak ill of His Majesty, but second older sister didn't listen. Now that she only has one eye left, who can she blame? Yao Moen saw that Yao Sulwan's left eye was covered by a white gauze and that there were faint traces of blood seeping out of the gauze. Yao Moen suddenly thought of a saying, a sin caused by heaven can be forgiven, but a sin caused by oneself cannot be forgiven. This kind of punishment was far from enough for Yao Sulwan. Yao Mo Wan. What other tricks do you want to play? Yao Sulwan saw that Yao Moen was wearing an innocent face, but the look in her eyes was incomparably evil. For a moment, Yao Sulwan didn't dare to step forward. She only leaned against the side of the bed and questioned angrily. Second sister, what are you talking about? Warner didn't have second sister's ability. When it came to tricks, who could beat second sister? 7-colored fish. Do you think Warner is stupid? How could there be a 7-colored fish in this world? Even if there was, someone as evil as second sister would definitely not be able to see it. Humph. You want to steal the Emperor from Warner. Unfortunately, the Emperor only likes Warner and doesn't even look at you. Without Yin Shui secretly keeping an eye on her, Yao Moen naturally didn't dare to be as unbridled as she was in the past. Even so, she still had a way to infuriate Yao Sulwan. Get lost. Get out. This Empress doesn't want to listen to you. This time, Yao Sulwan was completely enlightened. Regardless of whether Yao Moen was there or not, Yi Hongyi would never tolerate her. From the moment she carried Zhong'er into the cold palace and personally saw Yi Hongyi throw Zhong'er to death, Yi Hongyi couldn't tolerate her anymore. Second sister, don't be so harsh. Wan has legs. Since second sister doesn't like it, then Wan will leave. Yao Moen shrugged. When she turned around, she deliberately glanced at Yao Sulwan with a mysterious light in her eyes and her lips curved into a strange smile. Ma Xin. Yao Ma Xin. Ha, are you mocking me? You have no right to laugh at me. You're already dead. But this Empress is still alive. Scram. Yao Sulwan suddenly grabbed the glass lampshade and threw it in the direction Yao Moen had left in. When she heard the roars coming from Pure Flower's palace, Yao Moen couldn't help but shake her head. One eye really did affect her vision. Since her goal had been achieved, Yao Moen didn't stay for long. She strolled around to the Imperial Garden. What astonished Yao Moen was that not a single chrysanthemum had bloomed. If she remembered correctly, the Imperial Garden should have been full of chrysanthemums by this time in the past. Frost. Yao Moen subconsciously walked into the garden. She discovered that the chrysanthemums in the garden were all in buds and covered in a layer of white frost. The weather has been sunny recently, so where did the frost come from? Just as Yao Moen was hesitating, she suddenly heard a familiar clamor coming from nearby. All of you better be careful. This is the Imperial Garden. Every blade of grass and tree here is more valuable than your life. Who knows, the one you damaged might be the treasure of one of the palace masters. When the time comes, you'll be beaten with a dozen sticks, and if it's more serious, you'll be skinned. Eunuch Shou's voice was especially easy to remember. That shrill voice was like stepping on a mouse's tail. When he shouted, it was so piercing that it hurt people's ears. At this moment, Eunuch Shou was reprimanding the palace maids he had just picked from outside the palace. The expression on his face was extremely exaggerated. Just based on that face, the palace maids could already feel the severe consequences of trampling on these flowers and plants. Eunuch Shou, hurry and shut up. Your voice is so piercing. Yao Moen wasn't used to this. She immediately stood up and shouted. Yo, it's your Imperial Highness the Empress. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and pay your respects to your Imperial Highness the Empress. When he saw that it was Yao Moen, Eunuch Shou became even more spirited. His voice instantly rose an octave, causing Yao Moen to stomp her feet in anger. Shou, Yao Moen kept puffing her cheeks. Eunuch Shou finally understood and ordered the palace maids behind him to keep quiet. Yao Moen finally sighed in relief and immediately turned to run for her life. But when she passed by the group of palace maids, Yao Moen suddenly stopped and forced herself not to look over. That's right, I don't like those two palace maids in Guan Osprey Palace, so switch to those two. Yao Moen casually pointed at the palace maid closest to her before leaving. You guys have really reached the heavens in a single step. You can actually serve in Guan Osprey Palace. Hurry and get up, go back and prepare. Eunuch Shou looked at the palace maids Yao Moen was pointing at and hurriedly urged. Only when Eunuch Shou left with the palace maids did Meiji walk out from the shadows. Honored seat, in this subordinate's opinion, that Yao Moen might really be an idiot. Behind Meiji, who was dressed in a light green dress, stood a handsome man with regular features. At this moment, this man was expressing his opinion about everything that had just happened. Tainan, why is your intelligence on the same level as Yao Sulwan's? You're actually tangled up in these meaningless things. Is it important whether Yao Moen is an idiot or not? She's definitely going to die here. Right now, the most important thing for us is to capture all the people that came to rescue her. Especially Yan Nanxing, don't let a single one of them go. Meiji's voice gradually turned cold and her charming eyes flashed with a cold light. This subordinate understands. Tianan's heart sank. He knew that Meiji had taken the initiative to ask for the military commander's help because of Yan Nanxing. Go investigate the two palace maids Yao Moen pointed out just now. Whether there's a problem or not, give her another 2. Meiji took a deep breath and did her best to make her voice sound less agitated. This subordinate obeys. Tainan received the order and left, leaving Meiji standing in place. The wind lifted the hair on her forehead and a trace of sorrow that didn't match her seductive features flashed through her charming eyes. When she returned to Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen walked into the bedroom and closed the door behind her. Then she lay down on the bed and covered herself with a brocade quilt. After a while, Yao Moen suddenly got up and threw the quilt to the ground. She muttered angrily, "Yi Junqing, you idiot." Eunuch Shou naturally moved quickly. After noon, he brought the 2 new palace maids through the doors of Guan Osprey Palace. This old servant kowtows in salute to your Imperial Highness. When Eunuch Shou stepped into the main hall, Yao Moen was eating desserts out of boredom. What are you two just standing there for? Hurry up and pay your respects to your Imperial Highness. Eunuch Shou bowed and flicked his sleeves at the 2 palace maids behind him. The 2 palace maids naturally didn't dare to tarry. Although their salutes were a bit out of practice, they were still extremely respectful. They don't seem to be the 2 that Warner chose. They're so ugly, there's no way Warner wants them. Yao Moen glanced at the 2 palace maids behind Eunuch Shou and suddenly felt that the desserts had a bitter taste that was extremely hard to swallow. Your Imperial Highness, don't just look at how ugly these 2 palace maids are. They're extremely meticulous. They'll definitely serve your Imperial Highness well. Eunuch Shou found it a bit difficult to speak. At the time, when Tainan had arrived at the new slave house, he had been referring to these 2 palace maids. Everyone in the palace knew that Tainan was Meiji's subordinate. Now that Meiji was in charge of everything in the palace, there was nothing Eunuch Shou could do. If you don't like them, then you don't like them. Make them leave. Eunuch Shou, your voice is so noisy. Yao Moen was unhappy, so she tossed away the desserts in her hands and got up to leave. However, to her surprise, one of the palace maids suddenly walked up to pick up the desserts and walked to Yao Moen's side. Your Imperial Highness, if you don't want this servant, then this servant can only be punished to the cold palace or the Zinzhaku like those palace maids who made a mistake. This servant begs your Imperial Highness to show mercy. As the palace maid spoke, she knelt down in front of Yao Moen with a plop, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 346. Why are you crying all of a sudden? Alright, just stay. But you guys have to be obedient. Yao Moen said reluctantly. Nyang, don't worry, this servant will definitely listen. The kneeling palace maid wiped her tears and kowtowed in thanks. Yao Moen turned to look towards the other palace maid. Then what about you? Are you going to stay as well? Yao Moen's brows furrowed as she looked at the palace maid in front of her. She was very angry inside, but she had to suppress her laughter to the point of suffering internal injuries. This servant begs for Nyang Nyang to have mercy. The palace maid lowered her eyes and bowed slightly. Then it'll be the two of you. What are your names? Yao Moen let out a long sigh, then walked over to the chair with great difficulty and sat down. Her stomach hurt, so her intestines were probably cramping from laughing too hard. This servant Yuer kowtows in salute to Nyang Nyang. Yuer stood up happily and walked behind Yao Moen to look at the palace maid behind eunuch Zhou. This servant Qing'er kowtows in salute to Nyang Nyang. Yi Junqing had once thought that the most painful thing in the world was to go to the battlefield and return with a dead body on the battlefield. But that wasn't the case. The most painful thing was to clearly be a man but act like a woman. And then it's the two of you. Eunuch Zhou, you can leave. Yao Moen nodded and dismissed eunuch Zhou. Just as she was about to pick up the teapot, Yuer had already poured some tea for her. When Yi Junqing saw eunuch Zhou's figure disappear from Guan Osprey Palace, he straightened his back and walked over to Yao Moen. However, before he could say anything, Yao Moen sprayed tea all over him. Cough cough. This prince came to save you out of goodwill. What kind of attitude is this? When Yi Junqing saw that his clothes were still steaming, he couldn't take it anymore and his voice became much rougher. My apologies, I couldn't help it. Prince, can't you walk a bit more normally? Yao Moen coughed and forced herself to calm down. There's someone spying outside Guan Osprey Palace. Do you think this prince was willing? Yi Junqing maintained the posture of a palace maid, but his voice was clearly that of a man. This scene was truly strange, Yao Moen thought. So he can see people but not hear voices. Yao Moen lifted her brows as she looked towards Yi Junqing. Master is right. There's no one monitoring Guan Osprey Palace, and the martial arts of the person outside aren't at the level of being able to spy on us. Master doesn't have to worry, explained Yuer calmly. That's good. Yuer, no matter what method you use, escort this androgynous thing out of the Imperial Palace before tonight. Then have Yin Shui escort him back to Ji Province. Yao Moen knew that no one was eavesdropping, so she put on a stern expression and spoke solemnly. Who's a thing? Also, this prince is here to save you. If I don't save you, this prince won't leave, argued Yi Junqing. If it was in the past, Moen could play around with Prince, but not now. Moen can't play around with the lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers in Ji Province. If something happens to Prince, have you thought about them? Who were they in Ji Province for? Then this matter is settled. Yao Moen stood up and turned to enter the inner room. Prince. Yuer was put in a difficult position. She didn't expect that Yao Moen would be so resolute. There was no room for discussion at all. Stand guard outside. Yi Junqing took in a deep breath, then walked shyly towards the inner room. The originally solemn atmosphere was instantly warmed up by Yi Junqing's few steps. In the inner room, Yao Moen took off her pearl hairpin in a fit of pique and threw it heavily on the dressing table. The door creaked open. Yao Moen didn't need to turn around to know who it was. It was just like back in the Imperial Garden. She only needed to smell that familiar scent to know that Yi Junqing was inside. Prince, there's no need to say more. Moen has already decided on this matter. Yao Moen glanced at Yi Junqing in the mirror. He was pure, pleasant, and as beautiful as a flower. Even dressed as a palace maid, Yi Junqing could still be considered a beauty. This prince can do anything you want except for this matter. No matter what, this prince must get you out of here. Otherwise, this prince won't take a single step away. Yi Junqing was extraordinarily calm. His voice was like still water without a single ripple. You! Yao Moan abruptly stood up. When she turned around, she met Yi Junqing's deep and distant gaze. That gaze was pure and penetrating, filled with undisguised affection. Yao Moan's body trembled. She couldn't be more familiar with this gaze. How many times had she ignored this gaze and purposely ignored Yi Junqing's affection? Now she regretted it, but she still couldn't accept it. Beauty traps are useless against Moan. Yao Moan harumphed coldly, then sat back down on the chair. When Yi Junqing heard this, his face turned pale. Who told you this was a beauty trap? This is clearly a beauty trap. Yi Junqing criticized silently. Meiji set up an ice cone formation in the rear palace. This formation is extremely tyrannical and Yin Shui was heavily injured when she charged through it. Even Han Genie might not be able to escape unscathed. Right now, we can only break this formation from the inside. This prince and you were snuck in because we wanted to draw out a detailed map of this formation and find a way to break it. Yi Junqing didn't care if Yao Moan wanted to hear it or not. Yin Shui was injured. How is her injury? Yao Moan knew that something must have happened to Yin Shui and asked worriedly. Yin Shui's left arm was injured by a hidden weapon and the hidden weapon was poisoned. Fortunately, Yin Shui knows how to detoxify poison, so she's fine now. The day this prince and Yuer entered the palace, Yin Shui had already rushed to Phoenix Feather Manor, said Yi Junqing truthfully. Even Han Genie couldn't escape unscathed, so why are you looking for Yan Nanxing? After hearing that Yin Shui was fine, Yao Moan finally relaxed. Thus, her attitude towards Yi Junqing turned cold once more. The heavens bestowed him with such a devilish face, he can't just waste it, said Yi Junqing seriously. When Yao Moan heard this, she was stunned and turned to look towards Yi Junqing. When did Prince become so insidious? I've been with a certain someone for a long time, so I've more or less been influenced. Yi Junqing was extremely modest. When Yao Moan heard this, her face darkened. Due to Yi Junqing's insistence, Yao Moan finally agreed to let Yi Junqing stay, but he had to listen to all orders. Inside the imperial study, Meiji's arms were currently wrapped around Yi Hongyi's neck. Her ample bosom was inadvertently rubbing against Yi Hongyi's back. Although she didn't like Yi Hongyi, she needed the power in Yi Hongyi's hands. Also, she had to admit that she was having a great time fighting with the man in her arms on the dragon couch. At this time, Tai Nan was walking in from outside. When he saw the scene in front of him, his heart clenched inexplicably, but his expression didn't change. Replying, Your Highness, this subordinate has already investigated the 2 palace maids that Yao Moan mentioned. There's nothing wrong with them. Tai Nan stood respectfully to the side as he reported. Kill them. Meiji straightened her body and swayed as she walked around the dragon table to stand in front of Tai Nan. Yes. Tai Nan accepted the order and was about to retreat when Meiji called him back. How are the 2 palace maids in Guan Osprey Palace? Replying, Your Highness, those 2 palace maids were personally assigned by Tai Nan. Tai Nan has also secretly observed them, but there's nothing wrong with them, replied Tai Nan truthfully. Understood, you can leave. Meiji waved her hand to dismiss Tai Nan. When she turned to look at Yi Hongyi's cold and emotionless face, she saw Yi Hongyi. Chapter 347. She's our empress, you're going too far. Yi Hongyi looked towards Meiji coldly as he reprimanded. Your Majesty is wrongly accusing Meiji. If it wasn't for Meiji's strict defenses, Your Majesty believes that the Empress would have been kidnapped the 2nd day after she entered the palace. Meiji didn't get angry. She gracefully walked back to Yi Hongyi's side and her slender fingers brushed past Yi Hongyi's handsome face. What do you mean? Yi Hongyi unintentionally brushed Meiji's hand aside. On the second day after Empress entered the palace, the leading hidden guardian clans Yin Shui wanted to charge into the palace. If it wasn't for Meiji's icicle formation, Empress would have been captured by her a long time ago. As Meiji spoke, her jade fingers moved restlessly into Yi Hongyi's clothes. Yin Shui. Who's Yin Shui? Yi Hongyi never paid attention to the matters of the martial world, so he naturally hadn't heard of the Yin clan. Who Yin Shui is isn't important. What's important is that Yin Shui's master is Yan Nanxing, the current alliance head of the martial world, the master of Phoenix Feather Manor. Also, he's Yi Juanqing's senior brother. Why does your majesty think that Yan Nanxing wanted to kidnap the empress? Meiji's slender arms moved like a snake as she undid Yi Hongyi's clothes. Her fingers moved in circles on Yi Hongyi's firm abs. Yi Juanqing. He actually dares to have designs on Wan. Watch if we don't skin him alive. Yi Hongyi's gaze turned cold as he roared. Right at this time, there was a sudden commotion outside. Yi Hongyi was just about to speak when Yao Moen suddenly pushed open the door and barged in. She just happened to see this scene. Your Majesty. Your Majesty doesn't like playing with Wan anymore. Yao Moen hadn't thought about catching them in the act, but since she saw it, she had to say something. Wan. Wan, why are you here? The moment Yi Hongyi saw Yao Moen, he suddenly pushed Meiji away and got off the throne. Your Majesty didn't go find Wan today. Wan missed your Majesty, that's why I came. Yao Moen looked towards Meiji timidly as she rubbed against Yi Hongyi's chest. The more Yao Moen thought about it, the more she felt that aside from Meiji, Yi Hongyi would also be familiar with the layout of the icicle formation. As long as she could get Yi Hongyi to accompany her for a few rounds, she believed that she would definitely gain something. I was careless. Let's go, I will accompany Wan for a stroll. Even if Yao Moen was only an idiot, Yi Hongyi still felt his cheeks heat up, as if he had been caught in the act. Sure. Then does this older sister want to come along? Yao Wan blinked her clear eyes, but her voice was a little unwilling. She still has matters to attend to. Zhen will bring you to the Imperial Garden. Yi Hongyi couldn't be bothered with Meiji right now and immediately walked away with Yao Moen. It just rained in the autumn. The snakes, insects, rats, and ants in the Imperial Garden are restless. Your Majesty, you have to take care of the Empress. Meiji didn't care. Her smile was incomparably charming. Yao Moen dragged Yi Hongyi around for almost an entire day before returning to Guan Osprey Palace. I'm so tired. Qing, come over and massage my legs. Yao Moen walked into the main hall before Yi Hongyi and sat down on the chaise lounge. She then called Yi Juanqing over to massage her legs. This servant kowtows in salute to your Majesty. At the side, Yu obediently bowed to Yi Hongyi. You may rise. Are you new here? Serve the Empress well. If you serve her well, Zhen will reward you. Yi Hongyi swept a glance at Yu, then sat down at the table. Wan, Zhen has accompanied you for an entire day. Your anger should have subsided by now, right? Yi Hongyi's eyes were filled with love and his voice was so gentle that water could be squeezed out of it. Wan, isn't angry. Oh, your Majesty is referring to chrysanthemums. That's strange, chrysanthemums should bloom at this time every year, but why haven't there been a single one this year? Wan loves chrysanthemums the most, it's a pity I can't see them. Yao Moen lowered her eyes in disappointment. Chrysanthemums. Yi Hongyi looked towards Yao Moen in astonishment. He had always thought that Yao Moen would remember the scene in the Imperial study, but it turned out that he was just feeling guilty. But it doesn't matter. With your majesty accompanying me, one will be happy no matter what I see. Yao Moen suddenly smiled brightly like a spring flower, but the corners of her lips twitched. As long as Wan is happy. Jin still has some memorials to read, so I won't be staying to accompany you tonight. However, Jin promises Wan that Jin will definitely come to accompany you tomorrow. Yi Hongyi also felt extremely tired. Adding on the fact that he had fought fiercely with Meiji last night, he probably didn't have the strength to satisfy Yao Moen right now. When Yao Moen saw Yi Hongyi's figure fade out of Guan Osprey Palace, she abruptly pulled back her legs. Does Prince think this is made of wood? It hurts. Yao Moen rubbed her legs as she looked towards Yi Junqing in annoyance. Yao Moen Yi Junqing stood up and looked towards Yao Moen with a serious expression. What? Asked Yao Moen angrily as she looked up. Putting aside whether or not you're good at anything else, you're just too talented at acting. After saying this, Yi Junqing walked out of the main hall without looking back. When facing Yi Hongyi, he really couldn't smile as brightly as Yao Moen. If it wasn't for the fact that his back was facing Yi Hongyi, he didn't know if he would be able to endure until Yi Hongyi left Guan Osprey Palace. Master, you're truly too wise. Prince's expression just now was truly frightening. Once Yi Junqing walked out of the main hall, Yu Er looked towards Yao Moen in admiration. It's already very rare that he was able to endure until Yi Hongyi left. Prepare a brush and paper for this consort. This consort wants to note down all the places that Yi Hongyi hasn't stepped into today. Yao Moen sighed in relief, then entered the bedroom with Yu Er. The late autumn wind blew into Pure Flower's palace, bringing with it a bone-chilling coldness. That slender figure stood in the wind, her long hair fluttering in the wind. It was so beautiful that it broke one's heart. However, when that figure turned around, all the beauty was like a mirror that had fallen to the ground, shattering into a complete mess. What do you want to do? Yao Sulwan's left eye was still covered by a white veil. At this moment, she was looking warily at the woman in green who had just walked in. In the entire imperial palace, the person that your highness consortly should be the least guarded against is Meiji. Meiji walked over to the table and elegantly folded the teacup. Her fair and slender fingers reached for the teapot, but the teapot was completely empty. There wasn't even any cold water inside. Your highness consort Li's days are a bit too miserable. Meiji helplessly put down the teacup and raised her charming eyes. You didn't come to drink water. If you have something to say, just say it. Yao Sulwan reflexively covered her left eye and couldn't help but retreat to the window. Exchanging an eye for a life, your highness has really picked up a great bargain. In reality, Meiji should be considered your highness's savior, said Meiji leisurely with a smile. This consort's death isn't worth pitying, but this consort isn't willing to see Yao Moen receive retribution with my own eyes. She's not an idiot at all. This was the only thing that Yao Sulwan had been conflicted about from start to finish. It seems that your highness consortly doesn't want to accept Meiji's favor. Then forget it. Meiji got up to leave but was stopped by Yao Sulwan. What do you want me to do? Yao Sulwan knew that this time, she really was at the end of the road. Other than death, she couldn't think of a better ending. However, even if she died, she wouldn't let Yao Moen off. Straightforward. I want to know the relationship between Yan Nanxing and Yao Moen. Meiji returned to her seat and looked towards Yao Sulwan solemnly. Chapter 348. Yan Nanxing. Yao Sulwan furrowed her brows. This name sounded very unfamiliar. You fought with Yao Moen for so long. You don't know anything about her. Meiji didn't seem to care. If this consort remembers correctly, Yan Nanqing seems to be Yi Juanqing's senior brother. Is he related to Yao Moen? Yao Sulwan looked towards Meiji in confusion. Meiji was speechless. She finally understood why Yao Sulwan had fallen into such a miserable state. Just as Meiji was about to leave, Yao Sulwan seemed to have thought of something and spoke up. Yao Moen has a hidden guard whose martial arts are extremely powerful. I think she's called Yin Shui. Yao Sulwan didn't want to give up her last hope. Her heart suddenly shook as if a needle had pierced through it. It hurt, but she couldn't find the source of the pain. Meiji slowly turned around and looked at Yao Sulwan coldly. What did you say Yao Moen's hidden guard was called? Her voice was like an icicle from the top of a snowy mountain. It was so cold that it made people shiver. She's called Yin Shui. Yao Sulwan didn't understand why Meiji would have such a big reaction. Her voice trembled slightly as she subconsciously tried to cover her right eye. Are you sure Yin Shui is Yao Moen's hidden guard? Meiji approached Yao Sulwan step by step. The powerful pressure made it hard for Yao Sulwan to breathe. That Yin Shui calls Yao Moen master, so she should be her hidden guard. Back then, Yi Zixiao had transferred Ling Yun to her. At that time, she knew that hidden guards only had one master. Since Yin Shui called Yao Moen master, then Yin Shui was definitely Yao Moen's hidden guard. Yan Nanqing was actually willing. He was actually willing to give Yin Shui to Yao Moen. Meiji gritted her teeth. Everyone knew how valuable the Yin clan's hidden guards were. If it wasn't for their special relationship, how could he have given Yin Shui to Yao Moen and not Yi Juanqing? Yin Shui was originally Yan Nanqing's hidden guard. Yao Sulwan had just opened her mouth to question when she heard two whooshing sounds. When she looked back, she saw that two finger-thick holes had appeared in the wall. Sensing Meiji's rage, Yao Sulwan instantly fell silent. She just stood there timidly, not daring to say anything. You have a way to deal with Yao Moen. Meiji took a deep breath and looked towards Yao Sulwan coldly. This consort has a method that can prove to your majesty that Yao Mo1 isn't an idiot. As long as your majesty believes this, Yao Mo1 definitely won't have a good ending. At worst, she'll be dismembered by 5 horses. Although Yao Sulwan didn't know the reason, she could see the flames of jealousy in Meiji's eyes. What method? Meiji coldly looked at Yao Sulwan, her voice cold and sinister. Yao Moen once admitted to this consort that everything she did was for Yi Juanqing's sake. From this, it's clear that her feelings for Yi Juanqing are already deeply rooted. If Yi Juanqing dies in front of her, she'll definitely reveal her true colors, said Yao Sulwan. Yan Nanqing gave Yin Shui to her, but the person she actually likes is Yi Juanqing. But Yi Juanqing is currently far away in Ji province, so why would he appear in Chu Palace? The bitterness on Meiji's face instantly vanished. Just find someone to pretend to be him, Yao Sulwan carefully suggested. The next day, Imperial Study, reporting to your majesty, there's news from Guangning. Chao Kuin's army failed to attack the city and suffered heavy losses. Guangning is in a state of emergency, reported Qing Long worriedly as he handed the secret letter to Yi Hongyi. Preposterous. Truly preposterous. We've already sent an extra 200,000 troops, how could we have lost so miserably? Yi Hongyi flung the secret letter onto the ground, his eyes filled with rage. According to the scouts, it's because the rebel bandits developed a sky-piercing rat that can explode in midair. Its power is unparalleled, so our army suffered a crushing defeat, said Qing Long. Arrow explosion rat, sky-piercing rat. Why can the enemy develop such a powerful weapon but Ice Soul can't? Qing Long, pass on our orders, order Ice Soul to develop a weapon to deal with the enemy within 10 days. If we can't take Ji province in 10 days, we will execute him and exterminate his 9 generations. Yi Hongyi had long hated Ice Soul to death. Adding on the fact that they had lost so many battles, he was naturally enraged. But Qing Long wanted to dissuade him but was stopped by Yi Hongyi. As the vice-commandant of the Iron Blood Army, losing 3 battles in a row is enough punishment. If he loses this battle, we can't blame him for killing him. Seeing that Yi Hongyi had made up his mind, Qing Long could only accept the order and leave the imperial study. Not long after Qing Long left, Meiji gracefully walked in. It seems that your majesty isn't in a good mood. It just so happens that Meiji has prepared a good show for your majesty. I believe that this show will definitely make your majesty very happy. Meiji gracefully walked up the stairs and pulled the still enraged Yi Hongyi to his feet. Then, she walked out of the imperial study. In the imperial garden, Yao Moen looked left and right but didn't see Yi Hongyi's figure. Only then did she look at the little eunuch in front of her. Didn't you say that His Majesty asked Wan to meet here? Where's His Majesty? Yao Moen didn't recognize the eunuch in front of her, so there was definitely something fishy going on. Your Highness, please wait. His Majesty said that he wants to give Your Highness a pleasant surprise. It might take a while for him to finish preparing. Your Highness, don't be impatient. This servant will take his leave first, lied the little eunuch before leaving. Your Highness, if you're tired, how about this servant help you to wait in the pavilion in front? Next to Yao Moen, Yue felt that the atmosphere was strange. She took a step forward and whispered in Yao Moen's ear, Master, there seems to be a lot of people hiding in the surroundings. Although their martial arts aren't high, there are a lot of them. You too help me. Yao Moen pulled on Yue, then extended her other hand towards Yi Junqing. Since they were outside the palace, Yi Junqing did his best to play his role, so when Yao Moen stretched out her hand, Yi Junqing swayed his hips and jogged over to Yao Moen. The autumn wind blew against the bangs on his forehead, making him look extremely graceful and charming. PFFF, cough cough cough. Even though they had been together like this for 4 to 5 days, Yao Moen still couldn't get used to Yi Junqing's current appearance. Be serious. In order to not get angry, Yi Junqing threw out all the mirrors in his room. Even so, Yao Moen's expression constantly reminded him of how funny his appearance was. Prince Ah, if you were willing to go to Drunken Breeze, you'd definitely earn a lot. Yao Moen had been playing dumb from the start, so now her smile became even more unrestrained. At the side, Yue did her best to hold back her laughter, but unfortunately, her cultivation wasn't high enough, so she also burst out laughing. Building your happiness on other people's pain, aren't you lacking in morals? Yi Junqing took a few deep breaths before he managed to suppress his urge to go berserk. Prince, to tell you the truth, we're also in a lot of pain. When Yue found out the truth, Yi Junqing immediately turned into stone. After entering the pavilion, Yao Moen told Yi Junqing and Yue that no matter what happened later, they mustn't have any reactions that a palace maid should have. Yi Junqing and Yue naturally knew that there was a trap, so they were especially cautious. After about the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Yao Moen grew impatient from waiting and was just about to get up to leave when she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Yao Moen immediately turned to glare at Yi Junqing, only to see that he was looking ahead in shock. Only then did Yao Moen follow his gaze and her heart abruptly trembled. Chapter 349. Moen, this prince has finally found you. Hurry and come with this prince. As Yao Moen looked at the man in front of her who looked and sounded exactly the same as Yi Junqing, she was stunned. However, she already understood what was going on. This move. Could it be that they didn't know that she was the one who had used this move so many times? Yi Junqing. Why are you here? Yao Moen looked towards the fake Yi Junqing in shock, but she didn't leave the pavilion. Behind her, Yi Junqing and Yuer exchanged glances. They both felt that this wasn't going to be easy to act out. If that fake Yi Junqing decided to shoot the two of them, then wouldn't they be dead? Die. Or die. Moen. You. Just as Yi Junqing was about to walk forward, Yao Moen suddenly shouted. Don't come over yet. Squat down and cover your eyes. Without my permission, you're not allowed to turn around. Yao Moen suddenly turned around and winked at Yi Junqing and Yuer. The two of them naturally understood and squatted down in the safest corner. Moen, this prince has come to save you. Hurry and come with this prince. Just as the two of them squatted down, the fake Yi Junqing had already jumped in front of Yao Moen. He grabbed Yao Moen's arm with one hand and pulled her out of the pavilion before she could speak. Almost at the same time, several dozen Imperial guards appeared, all of them armed with weapons. Insolent traitor. You actually dared to intrude into Chu Palace. Guards, kill without mercy. As soon as the leader of the Imperial Guards said this, the rest of the guards rushed over like a swarm of bees. Moen, don't be afraid. With Junqing here, nothing will happen to you. Yi Junqing gripped Yao Moen's hand tightly with one hand and pulled out a long sword with the other to block the Imperial Guards. This is what you get for not giving me food. This is what you get for not letting me go and finding His Majesty. Watch how Wanner takes care of you. Just as Yi Junqing was busying himself, Yao Moen suddenly pulled out a dagger from her sleeve. After aiming for a long time, she finally managed to cut Yi Junqing's pinky finger. Ah! Moen! Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen in pain. His shocked eyes instantly turned cold and the sharp sword in his hand stabbed towards Yao Moen's heart. Ah! Yi Junqing killed someone. In a moment of desperation, Yao Moen abruptly threw away the dagger and ran towards the pavilion. Almost at the same time, Yi Junqing and Yuer hugged Yao Moen from the corner. If they wanted to live after this, they had to show enough loyalty now. Fortunately, the Imperial Guards weren't idiots. In the next second, they surrounded Yi Junqing. Moen! Don't tell me you've forgotten our oath. Why? Yao Moen's heart didn't ache in the slightest as she watched more than 10 blades slash at Yi Junqing until he was drenched in blood. Thus, in this moment, she felt that she had wrongly cursed Chu Shi. Perhaps he had known from the start that that person wasn't Chu Machine, which was why he had mercilessly killed him. However, when he saw the real Chu Machine collapse in front of him, his heart should have ached. Fortunately, you're not that stupid. Yao Moen muttered as she looked at Yi Junqing, who had fallen to the ground in despair. She took a moment to glance at Qinger, who was wholeheartedly holding her. This prince wants to, but I have to be able to break in first. Yi Junqing felt that even if he died like this, it wouldn't be as painful as this. Why are you two idiots hugging me? I'm going to find His Majesty. Your Majesty. Yi Junqing wants to kill someone. When Yao Moen saw that Yi Junqing had no more strength to fight back, she suddenly shouted. Then she broke free from the two people next to her and ran out of the pavilion. In the shadows, Meiji's expression was extremely unsightly. Her charming eyes were suffused with cold. This is the good show you wanted us to watch. Not bad, it really is a good show. Yi Hongyi glanced at Meiji, then swung his sleeves and impatiently walked towards Yao Moen. Wanner! Yi Hongyi suddenly appeared in the corner. When Yao Moen heard this, she turned around and a trace of a playful smile flashed through her eyes. Your Majesty, hurry and come. Yi Junqing's caught him, he's right there. Yao Moen stumbled over to Yi Hongyi and pulled him back to the pavilion. At this time, that so-called Yi Junqing was no longer breathing. When the Imperial Guard saw Yi Hongyi walk over, they stood to the left and right and waited respectfully. Your Majesty, look. He actually wanted to capture Warner and bring her back. Just now, he wanted to kill Warner. This scoundrel. Who told him not to give Warner food to eat? Who told him to rebel? He deserved to die. Yao Moen glared at the corpse on the ground and tightly wrapped her arms around Yi Hongyi's arm. Warner. Yi Hongyi ignored the corpse on the ground and looked deeply at the beauty next to him. Yao Moen blinked towards Yi Hongyi. Even if the entire world doesn't believe you, we believe. We believe that in Warner's heart, there is only us. Yi Hongyi gently stroked Yao Moen's hair, his eyes filled with love. Warner only has your Majesty in her heart. Yao Moen nodded firmly as if using her own method to make a vow. Yi Hongyi's heart was moved and he immediately pulled Yao Moen into his embrace. In the pavilion, Yi Junqing saw all of this. He clearly knew that Yao Moen was acting, but his heart felt like it was on fire and the pain was unbearable. Thus, after returning to Guan Osprey Palace, Yi Junqing didn't say anything. Your Highness, are you scared? When Yao Moen saw that Yi Junqing was expressionlessly sitting on the chaise lounge for a long time without saying anything, she looked towards Yu in confusion. Maybe he's angry. Yu replied seriously. Yao Moen, this prince will help you charge out. Yi Junqing finally spoke, but there wasn't the slightest hint of ridicule in his eyes. Charge out of Guan Osprey Palace and then get turned into a sieve by Mei Ji and the others. Yao Moen didn't think much of it. They had only died once, so they really didn't learn from their mistakes. But just as Yi Junqing was about to retort, a shrill voice suddenly came from outside Guan Osprey Palace. This old servant kowtows in salute to your Highness. Yao Moen was rather surprised by Eunuch Shou's appearance. Eunuch Shou, speak a little quieter, it's so piercing. Said Yao Moen angrily as she subconsciously covered her ears. Your Highness, please quell your anger. This old servant knows his wrongs, When Eunuch Shou saw Yao Moen frown, he immediately lowered his voice and respectfully waited at the side. Eunuch Shou, why have you come? Yao Moen rubbed her ears as she looked towards Eunuch Shou suspiciously. Could it be that Mei Ji had come up with some bad idea again? That's right, this old servant almost forgot. Wasn't your Highness dissatisfied with these two palace maids that day? Today, this old servant brought another one. Your Highness, please take a look and see if you're satisfied. As Eunuch Shou spoke, he turned around, but there was no one behind him. What are you hiding outside for? Hurry up and come in to kowtow to your Highness. Yao Moen and Yi Junqing exchanged a glance, then looked towards the door. When they saw this palace maid who had finally come out, everyone was dumbstruck. How charming, how enchanting, how perverted. The three of them sighed inwardly. Although the palace maid in front of them was dressed like an ordinary palace maid, when this ordinary palace dress was put on her body, it shone with extraordinary splendor. Her appearance was devastatingly beautiful and it was hard to tell if she was a man or a woman. This was especially true when she lowered her head submissively. Anyone who saw her would feel an urge to pounce on her and fiercely beat her up. Chapter 350. You. What's your name? Yao Moen used a lot of effort to close her mouth, but she couldn't control the rise and fall of her voice. This servant is Xinger. Yan Nanqing's voice was extremely pleasant to listen to. It was gentle but not sinister, like an oriole leaving the valley, yet also like the sounds of nature. Eunuch Shou, take him back. Yao Moen took a deep breath before giving this order. Yao Moen's words shocked everyone. 4 pairs of eyes looked towards Yao Moen in confusion. Your Highness. Your Highness doesn't like this palace maid. Eunuch Shou was troubled. He had taken 500 taels of gold from Yan Nanxing. In any case, just take her away. It doesn't matter if it's the imperial kitchen or the Zinzheku, just take her away. Yao Moen had originally thought that Meiji was trying to plant a spy by her side. If that was the case, then she would stay. However, it just had to be Yan Nanxing. The entire Guan Osprey Palace was under Meiji's supervision. Now that a palace maid had appeared out of nowhere, she would naturally investigate it thoroughly. If she found anything, not only would Yan Nanxing be exposed, Yi Junqing might not be able to keep his life. She definitely couldn't take this risk. But this palace maid is very obedient. Eunuch Shou refused to give up. Your Highness, someone has come. Right at this time, Yuer suddenly leaned over to Yao Moen's ear and reported in a low voice. This is bad. Yao Moen sighed softly. At this time, Yi Junqing had already walked behind Yao Moen and straightened his posture, looking just like a woman. Yan Nanxing wasn't stupid, so he moved to stand in the most inconspicuous corner. A delicate fragrance wafted in. Meiji was walking on this fragrance. Her beautiful face was so enchanting that it made people sigh in admiration. Your Highness, it's so lively here. Meiji sauntered into the main hall. Her red lips curved into a smile as she looked around before returning to Yao Moen. Who are you? Yao Moen blinked and pouted. Your Highness is truly forgetful. Meiji and Your Highness have met twice. The first time was here. Yao Sulwan insulted His Majesty and it was Meiji who personally taught her a lesson. As for the second time, it was in the imperial study. Meiji didn't bow and just walked towards Yao Moen. It's you. You came to look for me. Yao Moen suddenly understood, but her heart was at a loss. I heard that Eunuch Shou has sent a palace maid to the Empress. For safety, Meiji wants to see that palace maid first. What do you think? Meiji's words left Yao Moen completely speechless. She just knew that something would happen. That day, in order to get Yi Junqing transferred into Guan Osprey Palace, she had intentionally chosen two unrelated palace maids to avoid arousing Meiji's suspicions. Now that Eunuch Shou had brought Yan Nanxing over without any warning, wasn't this just courting death? Yes, but Wan doesn't like her. As matters stood, she could only abandon the rook to protect the general. Yao Moen pointed at Yan Nanxing who was in the corner without any hesitation. Oh. Meiji followed the direction of Yao Moen's finger and looked towards Yan Nanxing. Her eyes instantly froze and she walked over. Raise your head. Her enchanting voice carried a bone-piercing temptation. As Meiji spoke, her slender jade-like fingers gently lifted Yan Nanxing's perfect chin. The scene was so pitiful that the dignified chancellor of the Wulin world was actually being molested in public. If someone said it, no one would dare to believe it. Are you new here? What's your name? Meiji's fingers caressed Yan Nanxing's chin. Her red lips curved slightly and her eyes flickered with a different kind of charm. This servant Xing. The image of a woman selling her body to bury her father but being molested by a tyrant suddenly appeared in Yan Nanxing's mind. In this instant, Yan Nanxing really wanted to say, Yi, don't be like this, Xing, and that's a good name. Unfortunately, Her Highness the Empress doesn't like you. Eunuch Shou, take this Xing back and find a place to settle her down. Meiji actually didn't ask any further. She just gave Yan Nanxing a deep look before leaving Guan Osprey Palace. Yao Moen, which finger of yours is pointing at this chancellor? Which finger? Once Meiji left, Yan Nanxing rushed in front of Yao Moen without a care for his image. His eyes were spitting fire. When Yao Moen pointed at him, he suddenly felt like he had been betrayed. Does Chancellor think that Meiji is blind? If Moen doesn't point at you, she won't be able to see you. Yao Moen felt extremely helpless. She knew that Yan Nanxing had good intentions, but there were times when good intentions led to bad things. That's not the problem, it's the problem with your attitude. Yan Nanxing was very angry. Just who did he dress up like this for? We'll talk about the problem of attitude later. Right now, it's best for Chancellor to leave Chu Palace immediately. Also, Eunuch Zhou, you should also find a place to hide. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep your little life. Yao Moen didn't have the time to explain too much to Yan Nanxing. When Meiji entered, Eunuch Zhou realized that he had been careless this time, so he pulled Yan Nanxing away from Guan Osprey Palace. Wait! When Yan Nanxing reached the door, he seemed to think of something and turned back. If Chancellor really feels that Moen was in the wrong, then Moen will definitely apologize in the future. However, there's no time to waste right now. It's best for Chancellor to leave quickly. Yao Moen was a little anxious when she saw that Yan Nanxing had returned. Junqing. You're Yi Junqing. Amazing. Yan Nanxing's words caused everyone to collapse. When the news of Yan Nanxing's capture reached Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen wasn't too surprised. Based on Meiji's thoughts, it would be surprising if Yan Nanxing had escaped. Yan Nanxing was injured. Yao Moen felt that the situation this time was troublesome. Both she and Yi Junqing were trapped in the rear palace and Yan Nanxing had been captured. The situation was extremely unfavorable for them. No, I only heard that Chancellor fainted in the Imperial Garden and was carried away by Meiji's subordinate, Tainan. Yu Er reported the information she had gathered. What do we do now? This prince has to go save Yan Nanxing. As fellow disciples, Yi Junqing naturally wouldn't let Yan Nanxing be in danger. Don't worry, Prince. Yan Nanxing is still the Martial World's Alliance Master. No matter how strong the Iron Blood Army is, they can't possibly go against the entire martial world. Furthermore, based on Yan Nanxing's beauty, Meiji probably wouldn't be willing to part with him. Back in Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen had felt that Meiji seemed to be hiding something when she looked at Yan Nanxing. Master, what do we do now? Even Alliance Master Yan has been captured, so who else would be able to cooperate with us? Furthermore, we still haven't found a way to break the icicle formation. Yu Er looked towards Yao Moen worriedly. We can find Han Genie for Yin Shui, but as for the icicle formation, we'll think of another way. Yao Moen was also out of ideas. The Chu Palace's violence room couldn't be compared to Prime Minister Yao's residence. There were hundreds of torture tools of all kinds. At this time, Yan Nanxing had just woken up from his daze when he heard the sound of a blade being sharpened. You're awake. The feminine voice was cold and sinister. Yan Nanxing looked towards the source of the voice and saw Meiji holding a machete and grinding it against a grindstone. Where is this? Why is this servant here? Yan Nanxing struggled against the iron chains, only to find that his body was weak and he couldn't use any strength. Servant. The Grand Martial World's Alliance Master actually calls himself a servant. For the sake of that troublemaker Yao Moen, Alliance Master is truly throwing caution to the wind. Meiji stood up leisurely. She held the machete with one hand while the fingertips of her other hand lightly brushed across the blade. Her movements were smooth and graceful. Ahem. You're Meiji, the last disciple of the Silver Dragon Old Man from the Icy Mountains? Since his identity had been exposed, Yan Nanxing returned to his original voice and his gaze was sharp. Chapter 351. The Yin clan does have some skill. They can guess my identity just from my injuries. Meiji walked to Yan Nanxing with the machete in her hand. You better let me go. Great Chu can't afford to offend Phoenix Feather Manor. Yan Nanqing told the truth. Let you go. Meiji has spent a lot of effort to wait for this day. Do you think I will let you go so easily? Meiji's slender eyes tilted up slightly. She swung the machete in her hand in front of Yan Nanqing's eyes, making them hurt. What do you mean? Yan Nanqing raised his eyebrows and looked at Meiji suspiciously. Alliance leader only knows that I am Meiji, the last disciple of Silver Dragon Elder. But I have another identity. I believe Alliance leader will never think of it. Meiji's voice turned cold and her eyes turned frosty. Another identity. What is it? Yan Nanqing's eyes flashed, but he couldn't avoid the machete in Meiji's hand. Meiji is the only daughter of the richest man in Longxi, Su Mo, Su Qianyu. Meiji said these words through gritted teeth. Her eyes became even colder. Su Mo. I have some impression. Su Qianyu, never heard of her. Yan Nanqing didn't realize his situation at all. If it was Ben Lei, he would have squinted his eyes and shouted her name. Never heard of her. Yan Nanqing, you dare say you've never heard of her? Back then, we were betrothed before we were born. This caused a sensation. Qianyu was told by her parents that her future husband was the young master of Phoenix Feather Manor, Yan Nanqing. In order to live up to the title of young madam of Phoenix Feather Manor, Qianyu had to bear a lot of pressure. Now you say you've never heard of her. Meiji shook the machete in excitement, tears pouring out of her eyes. Calm down, calm down. Ahem, betrothed before we were born. I think there was such a thing, but father promised to reject it for me. Yan Nanqing suddenly understood. Meiji's machete had already reached his eyebrows. Meiji wants to ask about this. What right do you have to reject this marriage? How is Meiji not good enough for you, Yan Nanqing? Meiji shouted hoarsely. This hurt her the most. Because of this, she became the biggest joke in Longxi. I was young and frivolous. I didn't want to get married at that time. Yan Nanqing leaned against the torture rack, afraid that the machete in Meiji's hand would cut the bridge of his nose that he was most proud of. Young and frivolous. Good. I'll give you a chance. As long as you promise to marry me within 3 days, I'll let you go. How about it? Meiji looked at Yan Nanqing solemnly as she spoke. That won't do. Yan Nanqing had just refused when the machete was placed on his neck. For Yao Mo won. Yan Nanqing, do you believe that this seat can capture Yao Moan here right now and slice off her flesh piece by piece right in front of you? Meiji roared fiercely, the jealousy in her eyes reaching the heavens. Sure. Go now, don't stand on ceremony. Yan Nanqing's spirits were instantly lifted, and he echoed with great satisfaction. You think this seat wouldn't dare? Meiji only thought that Yan Nanqing would beg her, but she didn't expect him to be so excited. If you dare, go and capture her right now. Yan Nanqing's eyes were filled with anticipation. Are you trying to provoke me? You want Yao Mo Wan to die? Yan Nanqing, you even gave Yin Shui to her. If you say that you don't love her, who would believe you? Meiji didn't think much of it. How did you know it was me who gave her to her? Why didn't you think that she was the one who stole it? Are you going to capture her or not? I'm still waiting to watch a good show. Yan Nanqing was getting a bit impatient. You. Humph. Meiji originally thought that she would be able to see Yan Nanqing's expression of regret, but reality was always far from what she imagined. As he watched Meiji slam the door and leave, Yan Nanqing sank into deep thought. Su Qianyu. Who was it again? That night, while Yi Junqing was nagging Yao Moan about Yan Nanqing's matter, Meiji unexpectedly arrived. Didn't you just come during the day? Why are you here again? The speed at which Yao Mo Wan's expression changed truly shocked Yi Junqing. Just a second ago, she had a worried expression, but now her eyes were as clear as a fairy's. You, poor T. Meiji didn't care about Yao Mo Wan's expression. She just sat down at the table and glanced coldly at Yi Junqing. Due to the role he had played, Yi Junqing didn't dare to say anything. He immediately picked up the teapot and poured tea for her. How did Yin Shui become your hidden guard? Meiji drained the tea in one gulp, then looked towards Yao Mo Wan solemnly. What are you talking about? Yao Mo Wan wore that innocent and harmless expression as she looked towards Meiji in confusion. Yi Hongyi believes you because he loves you, so he's blind. Compared to you, Yao Sulwan is more trustworthy. This seat won't expose you, but that doesn't mean that this seat doesn't know your background. Yao Mo Wan, you should be glad that this seat was willing to talk to you directly. Meiji's voice was low and cold, and her eyes were like two bottomless pits. Ahem. What did Yan Nanqing say? Yao Mo Wan could sense Meiji's surging anger and knew that if she continued to pretend, she would very likely get beaten up. Thus, she calmly put away the innocent expression on her face. This seat is asking you right now. Meiji slammed the table and roared angrily. I tricked him into coming. Now that I think about it, even the Grand Martial Alliance Master's brain isn't very bright, replied Yao Mo Wan seriously. You really tricked him into coming. Meiji frowned as she doubted Yao Mo Wan's words. What else? Would he be stupid enough to give Yin Shui to Mo Wan? Who doesn't know that Yan Nanqing is stingy to death? Also, what kind of relationship do we have? Yao Mo Wan's words were completely against her will. She still acknowledged Yan Nanqing's generosity. How did you trick him? Meiji's tone eased slightly as she sat back down. As long as Yi Junqing is in my hands, it's impossible to trick him no matter what. Yao Mo Wan didn't get to the point, but her words hit the nail on the head. At the side, Yi Junqing suddenly felt guilty. Perhaps he should treat this senior brother of his a little better. You use Yi Junqing. Don't you like him? Meiji looked towards Yao Mo Wan with interest. This time, she believed her words. Who said that? Everyone in Great Chu knows that he only has Yomoshin in his heart. If I liked him, wouldn't I be looking for trouble? I don't have any masochistic tendencies. Yao Mo Wan smiled naturally, but her heart was stifled. Then this seat doesn't understand. Since you don't like Yi Junqing, why did you stay in Ji province and willingly become his hostage? Meiji looked towards Yao Mo Wan suspiciously. It's just a small favor. The current situation is so unclear, so Mo Wan should leave a way out for herself, right? Yao Mo Wan sipped her tea leisurely, then personally filled Meiji's cup. A way out. Meiji looked at the woman in front of her again, her heart filled with endless doubt. There's no need to talk about Yi Hongyi. He has Mo Wan in his heart, so no matter when Mo Wan returns, he'll treat Mo Yao like his ancestor. As for Yi Junqing, based on the mutual appreciation he once had with eldest sister and the fact that Mo Wan was willing to stay in Ji province as a hostage, if he can win this battle, even if Mo Wan can't become empress, it won't be a problem for her to keep her life. Meiji felt that Yao Mo Wan's words were true, so she couldn't help but nod. On the other hand, Yi Junqing and Yu Er, who were sitting at the side, were filled with admiration for Yao Mo Wan's ability to spin nonsense. You're quite a schemer. Unfortunately, your wishful thinking probably won't work. Meiji took a sip of tea, a trace of regret appearing in her eyes. Chapter 352. Moen can't tell you the truth in exchange for my life. Yao Moan's eyes were clear as water as she spoke. I can only get an intact corpse. Don't worry, Meiji will definitely act quickly in the future. It won't be too painful for you. Meiji's tone sounded like she was giving Yao Moan a huge favor. Even if Moan isn't on Yi Junqing's side, I still have to die. Yao Moan didn't understand. What reason did she have to die? This matter has nothing to do with Yi Junqing. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, Yi Junqing won't die, but you definitely have to die. This isn't Meiji's intention, it's the captain's orders. Meiji is just following orders. Meiji was shocked inside. How did she get tricked by Yao Moan? Who's a military officer? Yao Moan probed deeply. Just pretend Meiji never came tonight and enjoy the next few days. Remember, Yi Hongyi won't be able to help you. Meiji felt like she'd said too much, so she got up and left without looking back. Since Yan Nanxing hadn't given Yin Shui to Yao Moan, perhaps she still had a chance. Yao Moan only stopped calming down after Meiji left Guan Osprey Palace. Her brows furrowed. Just which bastard is the captain of the Iron Blood Corps? Yao Moan angrily sat down on the chair. He seems to have a deep prejudice against Master, commented Yuer. Moan, this prince feels like there's no time to lose. We should contact Yin Shui and the others. Tomorrow night, we'll break out of the Imperial Palace, said Yi Junqing after a long silence. Just as Yi Junqing finished speaking, a cold wind blew past and a ghostly figure suddenly appeared in front of the three of them. That abnormally pale face in particular caused Yao Moan's hair to stand on end and she almost fell off her chair. You've come back to life. Yao Moan gritted her teeth when she saw who it was. Prince, it's easy for you to say. The icicle formation is indestructible. If you dare to act rashly, you'll definitely end up in the underworld, said a cold voice. Ice Soul slowly lowered her feet to the ground with a solemn expression. Is there a prince here? When Yao Moan heard Bing Po's words, she forced herself to calm down. She lifted her brows and looked at Bing Po disapprovingly. It's been hard on Prince to risk danger time and time again for Her Majesty's sake. Now, you're even dressing as a woman. You've truly been wronged. Bing Po looked towards Yi Junqing emotionlessly. Ice Soul's words caused Yao Moan's heart to turn cold. She had witnessed Ice Soul's abilities before. Back at Boundless Plains Tavern, Ice Soul had been able to withstand Yin Shui, rainstorm, and lightning specks without losing in the slightest. Right now, there was only Yi Junqing and Yuer here. If they wanted to subdue him without alerting Meiji and the others, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. They didn't even have the ability to subdue him. Ice Soul has been waiting outside for at least 2 hours. Your Highness, why do you think Ice Soul is hiding from Meiji? Asked Ice Soul. You're not thinking of joining us, are you? There's no reason. Yao Moan made a bold assumption. As long as Prince promises Ice Spirit one thing, Ice Spirit will have a reason. Ice Spirit's intentions were very clear. What is it? Yi Junqing saw that he couldn't hide it anymore, so he just tacitly admitted it. After this matter is done, Ice Soul is willing to follow Prince and achieve success. Once Prince takes control of the country, Ice Soul only asks that Prince can remove Ice Soul from the Iron Blood Army. Ice Soul's conditions weren't harsh, but Yi Junqing was surprised. Why? Yi Junqing hadn't expected Ice Soul to make such a request at all. In Yi Junqing's opinion, anyone who could join the Iron Blood Army should be proud of it. Ice Soul betrayed the Iron Blood Army because the incapable ruler wasn't worth Ice Soul's life. In the future, he will leave the Iron Blood Army because he wants freedom. Ice Soul had once made a life and death contract with the late Emperor. As long as Your Majesty can stamp the Jade Seal on the contract, Ice Soul will be free. Ice Soul had always harbored such thoughts, and now that Yi Hongyi was using his position to avenge a personal grudge, Ice Soul was even more determined to rebel. This prince agrees. But, will you be able to save us? Yi Junqing felt that he had gotten a great deal out of this deal, so he readily agreed. The icicle formation is the #1 formation in the world, so it won't be easy to break it. However, we can find a loophole, and that's the West Gate Life Pass that Meiji guards. Because that pass is personally guarded by the Pass Lord, both its offense and defense are very weak. As long as there's a way to transfer Meiji away, we'll be able to escape. I only managed to sneak in while Meiji wasn't there, said Ice Soul calmly. Transfer Meiji away. Who could do that? Yi Junqing didn't think much of it. Yan Nanxing. Yao Moen's eyes brightened and her lips curved in a confident smile. The next day, Yao Moen ordered her trusted aide to send the news to Yin Shui. Ice Soul also gave Yan Nanxing the antidote for the cartilage powder and told Yan Nanxing about Yao Moen's warning, if necessary, sell your body. In response to Yao Moen's warning, Yan Nanxing replied, I'd rather die than submit. In Pure Flower's palace, Yao Sulwan sat at the table and stared unblinkingly at the table. She just couldn't understand why Yao Moen didn't react at all when she saw Yi Junqing getting hacked to death. A single tear, even if it was just a single tear, was enough to prove everything. Second older sister, what are you thinking about? When Yao Moen entered, Yao Sulwan was already lost in her thoughts. There's no reason for you not to cry. Why? Why aren't you reacting? The moment Yao Moen stepped through the palace doors, she saw Yao Sulwan jump up and question her sternly. However, her gaze wasn't looking at Yao Moen. Why would Moen cry? Yao Moen found it funny, so she just replied. Could it be that you don't love Yi Junqing? That you don't care about him? He died right in front of you. Yao Sulwan looked towards Yao Moen absent-mindedly, but her focus wasn't on Yao Moen. If it was Yi Junqing, then Moen would cry. Unfortunately, that person isn't. Although the disguise is very similar, the expression in his eyes isn't right. Yi Junqing's eyes don't have that kind of despicable light. As Yao Moen spoke, she sat down next to Yao Sulwan. That's right. It must be like this. Yao Moen already knew that person was fake, so she wasn't sad. It must be like this. This consort is going to tell His Majesty. Yao Moen. Why are you here? Yao Sulwan snapped out of her daze and saw that Yao Moen had already sat down next to her. I came a long time ago. Moen told second older sister not to go find Yi Hongyi. Yao Moen played with the teacup on the table as she kindly reminded her. You're scared. Yao Sulwan smiled sinisterly. As expected, her mental state was a bit abnormal. Moen was afraid that if His Majesty saw second older sister like this, he would ask the Heavenly Master to catch the ghost. After not seeing her for a few days, Yao Sulwan's hair was disheveled and her face was dirty. Her complexion was waxy yellow. Her originally bright left eye had turned into a slit, as if a centipede was crawling on it. It made people feel disgusted. Catch the ghost. Impossible. This consort is still extremely beautiful. Oh right, this consort needs to freshen up first. Yao Sulwan got up and staggered into the bedroom. Yao Moen sighed lightly, then followed her in. Just as Yao Moen stepped into the bedroom, she suddenly heard a pang sound. The copper mirror had fallen to the ground and the shattered pieces reflected Yao Sulwan's ghostly appearance. Who is this? Who is this? Yao Moen, who did you bring? Let her out. Yao Sulwan looked at the copper mirror on the ground in a panic, her eyes filled with shock. Second sister, do you really think that being alive is better than being dead? Do you really think that the person who ruined your life is Moen? That it wasn't you, wasn't it, Yi Hongyi? Yao Moen didn't have any reason to sympathize with her. She only felt that it was laughable that people could deceive themselves to this extent. Chapter 353. Yes. It was you, Yao Moen, who ruined my life. If it wasn't for you, I would be the high and mighty Empress Chu. Because of your appearance, you took away everything that belonged to me. Yao Sulwan shouted herself hoarse. Perhaps it was because she was blind in one eye, but the tears in the other eye flowed especially fiercely. Forget it. Moen believes that in the following days, Yi Hongyi will slowly make you understand just whose fault it is that you have fallen to this state. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, Moen truly hopes that you can survive. If there comes a day when you have a moment of enlightenment, Moen will consider softening your heart a bit. Yao Moen looked at Yao Sulwan, who was on the verge of going crazy, and her lips curved in a relieved smile. Even after Yao Moen left Pure Flower's palace, Yao Sulwan was still confused about who the ugly freak in the mirror was. On the way back, Yao Moen hadn't expected to run into Yi Hongyi. At this time, he should be in the imperial study going through memorials. Your Majesty. Yao Moen jogged over to Yi Hongyi, her clear eyes as clear as water. Just walk slowly. Look at how tired and sweaty you are. Why didn't you bring a palace maid when you came out? What if something happened? Yi Hongyi raised his sleeve to lightly wipe Yao Moen's forehead, his eyes full of heartache. At that time, Yao Moen had never seen such a pure gaze from Yi Hongyi. There was no scheme, no scheming, just simple concern and love. Yao Moen suddenly laughed. What are you laughing about? Seeing Yao Moen laugh, Yi Hongyi couldn't help but purse his lips and grin as well, his eyes bright. Does your Majesty think of Wan-er as a child? Wan-er can take care of herself. Wan-er can also take care of your Majesty. Yao Moen's laughter grew more and more unrestrained. She really found it funny that Yi Hongyi actually loved so thoroughly. It was really not bad. The deeper the love, the more painful the wound. Yi Hongyi, remember, Moen will come back. At that time, Moen will make you roll on the ground in pain, every pore on your body aching, just like me at that time. Wan-er, accompany Jin for a walk. Yi Hongyi smiled without saying anything. Then he pulled Yao Moen's hand and walked towards Soul Sand Garden. Large swathes of Soul Sand trees had luxuriant branches and leaves, and the flowers bloomed like brocade. As the wind blew, the fallen flowers spun in the air. Occasionally, a few would land on Yao Moen's snow-white shoulder, adding a bit of charm to the scene. Yi Hongyi lightly caressed the fallen flowers on Yao Moen's shoulder. Suddenly, he pinched one and lightly tucked it behind Yao Moen's ear. The pink petals accentuated Yao Moen's charming and moving figure, causing Yi Hongyi to be practically infatuated. Zhen's Wan-er is so beautiful. Yi Hongyi lightly embraced Yao Moen, his chin resting on Yao Moen's hair bun as he sighed with emotion. Your Majesty, you seem to have something on your mind. Yao Moen raised her head and blinked when she sensed Yi Hongyi's abnormality. Wan-er, don't betray Jin, all right? Yi Hongyi's words caused Yao Moen's heart to tremble. Could it be that something had gone wrong? Did the ice spirit go back on her words? Wan-er. Yi Hongyi panicked a bit when he saw Yao Moen's hesitation. Why would Wan-er betray your Majesty? Your Majesty treats Wan-er so well. Even if everyone in the world betrayed your Majesty, Wan-er still wouldn't. Yao Moen restrained the panic in her eyes and forced herself to calm down. She felt that her worries were unnecessary. If Ice Soul wasn't sincere, she should have reported Yi Hongyi's matter to him right then and there instead of appearing to negotiate terms. Alright, that's good. Yi Hongyi smiled, his eyes filled with tenderness. He didn't know why he was suddenly so sentimental, but if he didn't see Yao Mo-wan, he would feel uneasy. It wasn't until they finished dinner that Yi Hongyi reluctantly left Guan Osprey Palace. This allowed Yi Junqing, who had been tense the entire time, to finally sigh in relief. If Yi Hongyi had stayed the night, things would have been difficult to handle. "Master, everything's ready. We'll charge out at midnight." Outside, Yin Shui has already invited Han Genie and the 18 hidden guards of Phoenix Feather Manor. Yu Er reported the general situation to Yao Mo-wan. "And, did you tell Yin Shui and the others about Azure Dragon?" Yao Mo-wan nodded slightly. Right now, everything was ready except for the final push. She didn't know how effective Yan Nanqing's honey trap would be. "Don't worry, Master. Yu Er has already brought Master's words out. No matter who it is, if they can't capture Azure Dragon and bring him to Master, they'll definitely break the tendons in their legs." Yu Er had seen Lu Sha's miserable state. Even if Yao Mo-wan hadn't ordered her to, she still wouldn't let Azure Dragon go if she had the chance. Vengeful. At this time, Yi Junqing had already changed into his usual attire. As he spoke, he had the flexible sword at his waist. Yao Mo-wan lifted her brows, but before she could say anything, Yi Junqing added, "This prince likes it." The two of them fell silent. Time slowed down like an old snail. Every second seemed to take a lot of effort. It wasn't until after midnight that Ice Soul finally appeared in Guan Osprey Palace. "Everything's ready?" asked Ice Soul solemnly as she looked at Yao Mo-wan and the others. "How are things on Meiji's side?" asked Yao Mo-wan with a nod. "Empress, don't worry." When Ice Soul arrived, Tainan had already called Meiji to the violence room. Right now, the defenses at the west gate are weak, so it's a good time to charge out. Ice Soul stopped talking and turned to leave Guan Osprey Palace. Yu Er followed after her while Yi Junqing protected Yao Mo-wan as they walked at the very back. When Meiji walked into the violence room, Yan Nanqing was in the middle of deep thought. "Tainan said you wanted to see this seat. What's wrong? Have you thought through my request?" If she hadn't fallen in love, Meiji wouldn't have been so stubborn for so many years. Back when she was told that her future husband was Yan Nanqing, she had secretly gone to Phoenix Feather Manor. 10,000 years passed in a single glance. Ahem. I've pretty much thought it through. Nanqing feels that Miss Qian Yu's 3 requests are really unacceptable. The moment Yan Nanqing spoke, Meiji immediately turned to leave. However, Yan Nanqing called her back. "Miss Qianyu, don't be so anxious." Although Nanqing doesn't agree to those 3 requests, he has thought of a way to compensate you. He wants to discuss it in detail with Mississippi. Yan Nanqing looked towards Meiji seriously. "Oh. Then this seat would like to hear how Alliance had plans to compensate this seat." Meiji took a deep breath and slowly turned around with a hint of hope in her eyes. Mrs. First request is for Nanqing to accompany Miss Talongxi's Su family to admit his wrongs. Actually, this request can be changed to being a guest. That way, no one would feel too awkward. How about it? Yan Nanqing lifted his brows and looked towards Meiji suspiciously. "Continue." Meiji sighed and crossed her arms in front of her chest. Her gaze gradually turned cold. As for the second request, Miss wants Phoenix Feather Manor to send a betrothal gift and have Miss marry into Phoenix Feather Manor within a month. Actually, based on Nanqing's and Miss's personalities, it's far more suitable for us to be friends than husband and wife. Since we can't be husband and wife, then there's no need to think about the third request, right? Of course, as a friend, Nanqing can still give in to Miss in everything. Yan Nanqing felt that his sophistry was flawless. He couldn't think of any reason for Meiji to refuse. Alliance head is right, so Miss agrees. That's great. Why don't Miss let go of Nanxing and we can drink to our heart's content? Yan Nanxing suddenly felt that he was a genius. That's why Meiji feels that I was being too polite to Alliance Head at that time. Servants, bring this 5 poison powder to this queen. Meiji shouted angrily. She was a young girl, yet he had already said such a thing. Yan Nanxing was going too far. Just as Executioner brought the purple porcelain bottle, Tainan suddenly ran in from outside, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 354. Your Highness. This is bad. Yi Junqing. Yi Junqing is rushing towards Shimenxing Pass with Yao Moen. This subordinate can't stop them. Tianan's chest ached as he reported weakly. Yi Junqing. You're saying that Yi Junqing is here. Does he have the ability? Meiji's expression turned cold as she looked towards Tainan suspiciously. Besides Yi Junqing, there's also the bandit Han Genie. That's right. There's also Ice Soul. Ice Soul has betrayed the iron-blooded core. This subordinate doesn't recognize the others, but their martial arts are all top-notch. Your Highness, hurry and take a look. They've already broken a hole in the icicle formation. Tianan's face was pale and he coughed out blood from time to time. Ice Soul actually betrayed the captain. How preposterous. Come back with this seat. At this moment, Meiji had no more time to deal with Yan Nanxing. She suddenly jumped out of the room, but in the next second, Yan Nanxing appeared in front of her. You. How could you? You purposely lured the seat here. A trace of coldness flashed through Meiji's eyes as she looked at the lithe Yan Nanxing. Nanxing's 3 conditions were all sincere. If Miss agrees, Nanxing will definitely do it. How about we go to Longxi now? Yan Nanxing had already used his actions to prove Meiji's guess. Yan Nanxing, can't you be more shameless? Your Highness is deeply in love with you and is even willing to marry you. Is this how you repay your Highness? If Yi Junqing escapes, your Highness will be punished. If you're a man, then move aside. Tainan gritted his teeth as sparks shot out of his eyes. It's difficult to move aside. If Yi Junqing gets caught, Nanxing's fate will also be terrible. Yan Nanxing shrugged as he looked towards Tainan helplessly. You. Tainan hated Yan Nanxing to the core. It wasn't that no one liked their esteemed lord. Ever since he had followed esteemed lord, Tainan had already given his heart to Meiji. However, this Yan Nanxing didn't know what was good for him and had mercilessly abandoned the goddess in his heart. So, from the beginning to the end, you never thought of marrying Qinyu. Meiji's cold voice was filled with sorrow. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Yan Nanxing. Actually, marrying into the Phoenix Feather Manor might not be a good thing. You don't know how strict the rules of the Phoenix Feather Manor are. Before Yan Nanxing could finish speaking, he saw a silver needle flying towards his face, followed by a flash of cold light. Yan Nanxing spun in a circle, and as soon as he landed on the ground, Meiji's attack immediately followed. The two of them clashed, and it was a strange sight. Your Excellency. Tainan was blocking him. Hurry up and take a look at the ice cone formation. Tainan panicked and quickly blocked Yan Nanxing's soft sword. Meiji hesitated for a while, then turned around and walked towards Shimenxingguan. You won't be able to stop me. Yan Nanxing sized up Tainan, who was charging over. His beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. Even if I die, Tainan won't let you ruin the Honorable One's plans. Yan Nanxing, has your conscience been fed to a dog? The Honorable One has waited for you for a full 20 years. In these 20 years, have you ever thought about the Honorable One? Have you? When love rivals met, their eyes were exceptionally red. At this moment, Tinan's every move seemed to be full of energy. However, to Yan Nanxing, Tinan's attacks weren't as lethal as Mei Ji's. Of course, I have thought about it. It's just that I just didn't think about it. Yan Nanxing suddenly felt that he shouldn't have rushed to Shimen Xingguan to join in the fun. Doing so might infuriate Mei Ji. Yan Nanxing. You beast. Tainan wore a fierce expression as he crazily threw his hidden weapons at Yan Nanxing. Yan Nanxing didn't panic. He just leisurely fought with Tainan. When Mei Ji arrived at Shimen Xingguan, the ground was covered in frost, and her ice cone formation was almost broken. Ice Spirit. You actually dared to betray the Master Commandant. Did you anticipate the consequences? Mei Ji immediately saw Ice Spirit's figure in the middle of the battle, so she rushed over. I anticipated it, but I only anticipated it. It's still unknown if it'll actually happen. Ice Spirit knows that he's done his best for the Iron Blood Corps, but Yi Hongyi is abusing his position to take revenge, so Ice Spirit naturally can't allow himself to be trampled on. When the Imperial Edict had reached Guangning, Ice Spirit had already thought of this move. You know the Master Commandant's methods the best. He won't be lenient when dealing with traitors. Ice Spirit, you'll regret this sooner or later. Mei Ji's voice contained a trace of sympathy. Since I dared to do it, Ice Spirit won't regret it. Ice Spirit's expression turned solemn for a moment before it became calm again. At this time, Mei Ji and Ice Spirit were fighting back and forth happily. On the other side, Yin Shui and the 18 hidden guards were sweeping through everything in their path. Han Jini and Yuer were protecting Yi Junqing and Yao Moan respectively, blocking all the icicles that were shooting towards them. Yuer had already been hit by 3 icicles. Fortunately, Feng Lin, Lei Lei, and Lightning Flash had protected her in time. Otherwise, Yuer didn't know how much longer she would have been able to hold on. In an hour's time, other than Ice Soul, who was being held up by Mei Ji, Yao Mo Wan and the others had all escaped from the Chu Palace. However, as soon as they jumped over the red wall, a rain of arrows came flying over. Yao Mo Wan suddenly saw Qing Long's figure among the crowd and her eyes instantly turned cold. Azure Dragon had clearly underestimated the strength of the people in front of him. In less than 5 minutes, almost all of the Imperial Guards had died. Take Azure Dragon away. Yao Moan ordered. Yin Shui, Wind, Rain, Thunder, and Lightning all attacked. Azure Dragon was naturally no match for them and was taken away. When Yao Moan saw that Ice Spirit was still in danger, she turned to look at Han Jini. Yi Junqing, hurry and let go of me. Ice Spirit has forsaken the dark and entered the light. No matter what, Moan can't let him die here. As Yao Moan said this, she moved to push Yi Junqing's arm away. Why are you looking at this noble one when you're talking to Yi Junqing? Han Jini lifted her brows with a helpless expression. Thus, under Yao Moan's gaze, Han Jini rushed back to the Imperial Palace. Only when Ice Spirit was brought out did Yao Moan feel at ease. At this time, Yan Nanxing, who had been fighting with Tai Nan this entire time, calculated the time and felt that it was about time. Thus, he made a feint and left. Yan Nanxing. I definitely won't let you off. Tai Nan, who was in a frenzy of fighting, didn't realize at all that he was only able to exchange over 100 blows with Yan Nanxing because Yan Nanxing was avoiding him. The forest was eerily quiet in the middle of the night. When Yao Moan arrived, Azure Dragon was currently surrounded by Yin Shui, Wind, Rain, Thunder, and Lightning. The 5 pairs of hateful eyes made Azure Dragon feel extremely uncomfortable. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Azure Dragon sat cross-legged in the center with his eyes closed. Even someone as brave as him couldn't endure the torture of being cut into 1,000 pieces. Azure Dragon, this consort respects your loyalty to protect your master. Regardless of whether Yi Hongyi is worth it or not, this loyalty of yours is truly admirable. This consort won't bicker with you over the crime of holding this consort hostage, but Lu Sha's blood cannot be shed in vain. Since you broke the tendons in Lu Sha's legs, this consort will take revenge for Lu Sha right now, Yin Shui. Yao Moen's expression was solemn and her voice was as cold as a lake. Yin Shui received the order and drew a cross in the air with her sharp sword. By the time her hand landed, Azure Dragon's legs were already bleeding. Yao Moen, Azure Dragon's death isn't to be regretted, but if you do this, how can you face His Majesty? Azure Dragon gritted his teeth and did his best to not make a sound. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat. For martial artists, breaking tendons was equivalent to losing one's life. Azure Dragon knew that he was already a cripple. Why should this consort face Yi Hongyi? How is he worthy of this consort's loyalty? The serene moonlight fell on Yao Moen's face, accentuating her solemn expression. His Majesty bestowed upon you the title of Empress and has placed your safety above tens of thousands of soldiers. This is the grace of the heavens. Azure Dragon clenched his teeth as he enunciated each word firmly. All of you, go over and wait for me. Yao Moen glanced at Yi Junqing. Yi Junqing hesitated for a moment, but when he saw Azure Dragon's bleeding legs, he retreated with Yin Shui and the others. Chapter 355. Heavenly Grace. This consort is only asking you, what did Yamashine do wrong? Yao Moen slowly crouched down, her clear eyes flashing with an icy light. That light was like a sharp sword that pierced Azure Dragon's heart. Former Empress. Former Empress is former Empress, you are you. Azure Dragon finally understood why Yao Moen was doing all this. That's easy for you to say. The former Empress you speak of is my, Yao Moen's, older sister. The only person who treats me well in this world. Azure Dragon, back then when Yi Hongyi had you drag Yamashine, who had just given birth to a prince, into the cold palace, did you feel any sympathy? Did you say anything for Yamashine? This consort knows that eldest sister once saved your life, said Yao Moen coldly as she stared at Azure Dragon's face. She was testing his bottom line. Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon cannot disobey imperial orders. Azure Dragon's voice wasn't as unyielding as before. He lowered his head, not daring to look Yao Moen in the eye. This consort is only asking you, did you? Yao Moen's eyes were icy cold. Just one sentence. Azure Dragon felt ashamed when he thought back to that time. Just one sentence and this consort will spare your life today. But remember, if we meet again, this consort definitely won't be lenient. Yao Moen left, leaving Azure Dragon to bury his head humbly in his chest. He regretted it. Perhaps he should have saved Yamashine. Even if he lost his life, his heart was still there. Yi Hongyi was furious that the icicle formation had failed. What made him even more furious was that Yi Junqing had taken the woman in his heart away again. Back then, who was it that told us that the icicle formation was unparalleled in the world and that anyone who dared to charge in would definitely be unable to return? What about now? Aren't those bandits still walking around in your icicle formation? Yi Hongyi roared as he looked towards Meiji furiously. Your Majesty, are you blaming me? Meiji pressed down on Huier, her devilish eyes slightly narrowing. Could it be that you're blaming us? Yi Hongyi shouted back. If your Majesty hadn't pressured them, would Ice Soul have betrayed the military officer? If it wasn't for Ice Soul, Yin Shui and Han Jini wouldn't have been able to break the icicle formation. As for where the problem lies, your Majesty should know better than this honored one. Since Yi Hongyi no longer believed in her, Meiji didn't want to stay in the imperial palace. Most importantly, Yan Nanqing actually dared to leave without a word. She couldn't accept this. It's your lack of skill. In the end, you still have to blame me. This matter, I will definitely, Your Majesty, feel free to tell the captain. Or you can find some excuse to kill Meiji. At that time, Meiji will also rebel. Let's see who will lose at that time. Meiji was also angry. She swung her sleeve and left. You! Yi Hongyi's blood surged. His body couldn't help but sway a few times before falling onto the bed. Moen. Moen, sorry, we lost you again. Don't worry, no matter what method I use, I will save you. Definitely. Just as Yi Hongyi was feeling vexed, Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise carried Azure Dragon in. This subordinate was useless and wasn't able to stop Yi Junqing. Your Majesty, please punish me. Azure Dragon endured the pain as he knelt on the ground. Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise's hearts ached when they saw this. Who else? Who else was Yi Junqing's accomplice? We will kill them all. Yi Hongyi roared furiously. His sleeve swept across the dragon desk, causing the memorials to fall to the ground. Those people's martial arts were very strong. This subordinate only recognized Ice Soul, said Azure Dragon. Then what about Warner? Is our Warner injured? Yi Hongyi looked towards Azure Dragon anxiously, his voice filled with urgency. Replying, Your Majesty. Her Highness the Empress wasn't injured, but she probably fainted from fright. This was the first time Azure Dragon had lied in front of Yi Hongyi. Although he felt guilty, he didn't regret it. Even though he understood that some mistakes were meaningless if they were made up for too late. In order to prevent this matter from alarming the Iron Blood Corps' captain, Yao Moen and the others hurried day and night. Finally, after noon on the 10th day, they returned to Ji province. Due to Yao Moen's status, Ben Lei didn't dare to make a grand welcoming ceremony. However, he still arranged a banquet in the guest house's rear garden. The banquet was very lively. Aside from the people close to them, no one else attended. During the banquet, everyone told Lu Sha about how Yao Moen had gotten revenge for Lu Sha, causing Lu Sha to shed tears. After the emotional story was over, only Ben Lei was left to show off. Although Ben Lei's words were always embellished and exaggerated, there was one thing that Yao Moen believed. That was that after the recent battle, Huan Heng's prestige in the military was now second only to Yi Junqing's. He had become an indispensable general. During the banquet, everyone drank happily. Even Yi Junqing didn't notice the flash of loneliness in Yao Moen's eyes. After the banquet ended, Yi Junqing found Yao Moen in the rear garden's pavilion. Why are you here? This prince thought that you'd return to your room. Yi Junqing walked into the pavilion and hesitated for a moment before sitting down next to Yao Moen. What a coincidence, Moen was just about to return to her room. Then this place will be taken advantage of by Prince. When Yao Moen saw Yi Junqing sit down, she got up in a seemingly careless manner, but it was hard to avoid suspicion. This prince. Before Yi Junqing could react, Yao Moen had already walked away. As he looked at Yao Moen's back, Yi Junqing finally said the words he'd been suppressing in his heart. This prince doesn't want to take advantage of you, can't you come back? When Yao Moen turned a corner, she just happened to bump into Tingyu who was hiding there. Nyang Nyang, why did you come back? Tingyu looked towards Yao Moen with a bit of disappointment. What are you saying? Can't I sleep if I'm tired? Yao Moen understood what Tingyu was referring to. However, time had changed, so it was best for the current her to have less to do with Yi Junqing. Nyang Nyang doesn't seem to be tired. Why don't Nyang Nyang go admire the moon? Today's moon is especially round. Tingyu urged unwillingly. This consort has traveled day and night for 10 days. The last thing I want to see right now is the moon. Whether it's round or not has nothing to do with this consort. Stop being so long-winded, this consort is tired. Yao Moen didn't allow Tingyu to dissuade her and walked straight into her room. Tingyu had no choice but to follow her in and make Yao Moen's bed. Nyang Nyang, the day you were kidnapped by Azure Dragon, His Highness said in front of everyone that if it wasn't for you, there would be no meaning in obtaining the country. Although Tingyu had been in the room that day, she had heard every single word that Yi Junqing had said. Who would take something he said seriously in a moment of desperation? Yao Moen's eyes were slightly startled, but they quickly returned to normal. Based on Prince's nature, since he dared to say that, he must be thinking that way. Tingyu finished laying out the bed and turned to walk towards Yao Moen. If he really thinks that way, then he's really stupid. Even without Moen, this country is still beautiful. Yao Moen's lips curved bitterly. If it wasn't for Moen, this country would have been his a long time ago. Nyang Nyang, there are some things this servant really can't help but say. After you were kidnapped, Ji Province and Guangning had another battle. This time, Huanheng was in full command, and with the help of Zhu Chen's invention of the sky-piercing mouse, our army achieved a great victory. Although this servant feels that Zhu Chen's contributions were greater, those soldiers all praised Huanheng to the heavens. Right now, there are already rumors that Prince is definitely going to marry Huan Kaier. What should we do now? Tingyu had a worried expression as she sighed. Yi Junqing is definitely going to marry Huan Kaier. Yao Moen's eyes were deep and her voice was as cold as a still lake. Chapter 356. Nyang Nyang. It's easy for you to let her go, but this servant feels that Prince doesn't have such intentions. Prince's heart is filled with someone else. Tingyu looked towards Yao Moen meaningfully. This consort knows about eldest sister. Yao Moen ignored Tingyu and walked towards the bed. Nyang Nyang. This servant. Tingyu was just about to continue nagging when Yao Moen stopped her. This consort is tired. You can leave first. Yao Moen felt a headache coming on and subconsciously rubbed her forehead. When Tingyu saw this, she couldn't stay any longer and could only leave silently. The moment the door closed, Yao Moen suddenly got up and sat under the moonlight for a long time. Her mind instantly cleared up and she walked towards the door. The next day, at daybreak, there was a sudden scream in the quiet Ji Province guest house. After Tingyu's shout, the entire guest house was no longer peaceful. Yao Moen disappeared. How is that possible? Yi Junqing fastened his belt as he walked out of the room in confusion. It's true. When this servant passed by Nyang Nyang's room earlier, this servant saw that the door wasn't closed, so I went in to take a look. I didn't expect that. This was a letter Nyang Nyang left behind. What should we do? Where did Nyang Nyang go? Tingyu handed the letter to Yi Junqing with tears streaming down her face. This consort left, don't look for me. Yao Moen, she couldn't have been captured by Yi Hongyi's people, right? At the side, Ben Lei didn't dare to imagine. Yin Shui. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning. Yi Junqing recognized Yao Moen's handwriting. Since she had personally written it, there shouldn't have been an accident. However, Yao Moen had no reason to leave, so he had to save her. At this time, Yin Shui, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning all arrived in front of Yi Junqing. What exactly happened last night? Where's Yao Moen? Yi Junqing looked towards everyone with a cold expression. This subordinate was useless and had just woken up. Yin Shui was also very anxious. Yao Moen disappeared. Right when everyone was at a loss for what to do, Ice Soul walked out from the room, and she raised her brows as she spoke. As soon as she finished speaking, the gazes of everyone descended onto Ice Soul. Why are you looking at me? If I were the one who took her away, would I still be here? Ice Crystal said innocently. Everyone fell silent. No one knew what to do. But I saw someone sneaking out of the guest house last night, Ice Soul said. Everyone looked at each other and realized that 2 people were missing from the crowd. Yan Nanxing, that bastard. See if this king doesn't beat him up until he's looking for his teeth on the floor. You guys. The instant he didn't see Yan Nanxing, Yi Junqing came to a realization. Just as he was about to give an order, he saw a red figure limping over. There's no need for you to hit me. I'm already looking for my teeth all over the ground. Yan Nanxing complained incessantly as he walked towards the crowd. He looked extremely miserable. Where's Yao Moen? Yi Junqing didn't show any sympathy for Yan Nanxing's suffering and directly walked up to him to interrogate him. You only know Yao Mo Wan. Can't you see that I'm injured? Yan Nanxing felt a chill in his heart. When you accepted a disciple, didn't you talk about the principle of mutual promotion and restraint? Hurry up and tell me, urged Yi Junqing. Han Genie kidnapped her, but Yao Mo Wan seems to be very willing. She told this alliance to tell you that she'll naturally come back once she's had enough, so don't go looking for her. Yan Nanxing relayed Yao Mo Wan's words to everyone in the courtyard. She's willing. Is she very familiar with that bandit leader? Look at the situation right now, how could she just leave like that? Yi Junqing glared at Yan Nanxing. What are you glaring at me for? It's not like I said anything. Yan Nanxing felt wronged. Yi Junqing pushed Yan Nanxing aside without saying a word and headed straight for the gate. Where are you going? Yan Nanxing hurriedly chased after him. This prince is going to look for her. Is this a place where she can leave just because she wants to? Who is this prince doing all this for? Yi Junqing was so angry that his chest heaved up and down. I heard that Yao Mo Wan, that idiot, got rescued by Yi Hongyi again. Something like that happened. Just as everyone was about to step forward to persuade him, Wan Kaier suddenly walked out of the arched door and looked towards Yi Junqing. Yi Junqing was speechless. He took a deep breath and looked towards Wan Kaier. Yao Mo Wan isn't an idiot. She's an idiot. Miss Wan, Prince is really angered by that idiot right now. If there's nothing important, you can go back first. Ben Lei forced a smile and said. That's fine too. If there's anything Kai can help with, then Ben Lei can just say it. Kai won't disturb you any longer. Wan Kaier could also see that Yi Junqing's expression wasn't right, so she turned to leave. Once Wan Kaier left, Ben Lei turned back timidly. If looks could kill, then Ben Lei's heart would have been pierced by 10,000 arrows by now. If Yao Mo Wan doesn't want to come back, you won't be able to find her. Han Genie is famous for having 3 burrows. I know of more than 20 places that he's staying at, and do you think that Han Genie would stay at a place that I know of? Yan Nanxing lifted his brows as he tried to persuade Yi Junqing. Why would Yao Mo Wan want to leave? What did this prince do wrong? Yi Junqing's brows furrowed. He gradually calmed down, but he still didn't understand. When everyone heard this, they all fell silent. Only Ting Yu's eyes darted back and forth as she wiped away her tears. The autumn wind brushed against her face, bringing with it a bit of coolness. The golden leaves glowed brilliantly under the sunlight, causing Yao Mo Wan to shield her eyes. This is golden leaf forsythia, asked Yao Mo Wan as she looked at the sudden hint of black amidst the gold. I've never heard of it. This is a golden tree that this noble one designed. Whether it's the trunk or the leaves, they're all made from bare gold. What do you think? Isn't it dazzling? Asked Han Genie proudly. I've never seen Honorable Lord like gold so much. Yao Mo Wan had thought that only King Lulan liked to show off. She hadn't expected that Han Genie would also be an expert. This noble one naturally isn't that vulgar, but there's no place to store gold, so I can't just throw it away, right? I might as well make these things to decorate the scenery. Golden and dazzling, this noble one really is talented. Han Genie was infatuated with himself. The wind picked up and Yao Mo Wan felt like she was in a mess. In comparison, she really was very poor. Actually, since Honorable Lord doesn't have a place to store this gold, Mo1 has a lot of space. Yao Mo1 smiled extremely attentively, even a bit like a lackey. Why didn't you say so earlier? This noble one's gold has all been planted in trees. Han Genie raised his eyebrows with a very regretful expression. It's alright. When the gold comes again, Mo1 will help you share it. Yao Mo1 vowed solemnly, her tone was so sincere that it moved people. Moving it around is so troublesome. If the gold comes again, this noble one will plant trees. Stepping on the mutton-fat jade-paved path, the two of them had already walked into the most luxurious of Han Genie's many residences, 10,000 Imperial City. But the trees here are already full. Yao Mo Wan was still unwilling. Then we'll plant higher. Han Genie felt that his intelligence was simply unparalleled in the world. At the side, Yao Mo Wan suddenly really wanted to poke her eyes blind. If she continued to look, she might very well have evil intentions. However, due to the great disparity in strength, Yao Mo Wan could only endure. Chapter 357. However, even someone as patient as Yao Mo Wan couldn't endure it. When she saw the forest of palaces in front of her, Yao Mo Wan felt for the first time what was called gold and jade splendor, what was called wealth that could rival a country. She saw that the palaces in front of her were all made of pure gold, inlaid with multicolored glass, jadeite, and jade. In any case, whatever was the most precious was stuck on top. Honorable Lord, you've returned. Just as Yao Mo Wan was dazzled by the sight, a 7 or 8-year-old little boy skipped over. Not to mention the boy's appearance, just the glass balls hanging on his body was an eye-opener for Yao Mo Wan. That was no ordinary colored glass. It was a priceless blue light-colored glass. Every single one of them could buy thousands of horses. At this moment, Yao Mo Wan felt that no matter who stood here, they would feel that greed was justified. Baby is so cute, what's his name? Yao Mo Wan raised what she thought was her most brilliant smile and walked over to the little boy. Her hands couldn't help but grab the 2 blue light glass balls on his shoulders. You're the baby. Your whole family is a baby. The little boy was unhappy and fiercely flung his clothes, but he couldn't get rid of Yao Mo Wan's hands. Cough cough. Don't blame her, she came from a small place and hasn't seen the world. Han Genie coughed lightly. Yao Mo Wan realized that she had lost control and immediately smiled towards Han Genie. Your son is so cute. Yao Mo Wan's words made the little boy and Han Genie's faces instantly filled with black lines. Honorable Lord. Where did this wild girl come from? The little boy was angry and his eyes were spitting fire. This is the steward of 10,000 Emperor City. He's over 60 years old and is this honorable's right-hand man. Here, everyone calls him Master Chiao. Han Genie explained solemnly. Yi. Grandfather. Yao Mo Wan looked at the immature little boy in front of her and was speechless. Was he trying to defy the heavens? Master Chiao, she's called Yao Mo Wan, the Chu Empress. Prepare the warm jade pavilion and let her live there. Han Genie calmly introduced. Chu Empress. As expected from a small place, inexperienced. Master Chiao glared fiercely at Yao Mo Wan before turning to leave. Don't look down on Grandpa Chiao. With his skills, even 10 yin shues would be useless. When Han Genie saw that Yao Mo Wan's eyes had been staring at the blue-colored glass on Qiao Ye's body, she felt that it was necessary to remind her. Oh. When Yao Moan heard this, she immediately withered like an eggplant that had been hit by frost. Well, she admitted that she was tempted by the bead on Mr. Chiao. Actually, you just returned to Ji province. It doesn't seem appropriate for you to run out like this, right? Even now, Han Genie still didn't understand why Yao Moan would beg him to take her away from Ji province. Don't think about going back on your word. Back then, you were the one who begged Moan to come over as a guest. Now that Moan is here, what about it? You're not willing. Yao Moan deliberately didn't want to think about a certain person's anxious appearance, but Han Genie just had to rub it in. It doesn't matter to me. I can stay here as long as I want. Han Genie shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent look on his face. What are they doing? Yao Moan asked suspiciously when she saw a small group of women dressed in green muslin holding iron pickaxes in an inelegant manner. Digging for treasures, replied Han Genie indifferently. You guys have buried treasures under here. How much? Yao Moan felt that right now, only money could fill up her empty heart. What treasures? The people under me all view money as dirt. What's more, they're all bandits with integrity, they never need to dig, retorted Han Genie. Cough cough. Weren't you the one who said digging for treasures earlier? Yao Moan muttered quietly. If they didn't dig for treasures, how easy would it be to snatch them? Digging for treasures is the name of the game. Mr. Chiao came up with it. Mr. Chiao will bury a piece of scrap metal and 50 jade scepters separately. Whoever can dig out the scrap metal wins. The winner will be rewarded with a meal of brown rice. That's why they're fighting to be the first, explained Han Genie patiently. At the side, Yao Moan collapsed when she heard this and started foaming at the mouth. On this side, Yao Moan could be considered to be staying in 10,000 Imperial City. On the other side, Ji Province's guest house wasn't peaceful. Ever since Yao Moan left the guest house, Yi Junqing hadn't been able to eat or drink. It was as if he'd lost weight overnight. Thus, Ting Yu, who knew the inside story, gathered everyone together in private to discuss countermeasures. Ting Yu, you can't speak carelessly. Master isn't that petty of a person. Ben Lei disapproved of Ting Yu's explanation. Ben Lei, is there something wrong with your IQ? How could you tell that I was saying that Master was petty? In order to help Huan Kaiyan Prince, Master was willing to withdraw. This is called petty. This is called magnanimity. Ting Yu glared at Ben Lei. If Ben Lei hadn't pulled the strings, would Huan Kaiyan have even been able to stay in the guest house? Could she? Master really did this because of this. At the side, Feng Lin also expressed his doubts. That's why it said that men are careless. That Huan Kaiyan would follow Prince around every day and ask about his well-being. From time to time, she would even take advantage of Prince. Forget about Master, even I feel suffocated when I see her. Yuer felt that Ting Yu's analysis was very reasonable. That's right. Based on Huan Heng's prestige in the military, Huan Kaiyan has already treated herself as the master of this place. Nyang Nyang has always been considerate of Prince. Right now, Prince is in need of manpower. If Huan Kaiyan can follow Prince, then how could Huan Heng not work hard on the battlefield? The more Ting Yu thought about it, the angrier she got. Compared to Huan Heng, her master had done so much for Yi Junqing. In the end, Huan Kaiyan had taken over the nest. No one would be willing to accept this. Yet her Nyang Nyang had allowed it. Then what do we do now? We can't just chase Huan Kaiyan out, right? Ben Lei was troubled. Why not? Does Huan residents have no place to stay? She has to squeeze into the guest house. Tingyu said hatefully. However, her current status was special. If it wasn't for this, she would have gone to find Huan Kaier a long time ago. It's not appropriate to chase her out. With Huan Heng here, Prince has to give Huan Kaier some face no matter what. Yuer's brows were conflicted and her voice was filled with helplessness. Then what do we do now? Are we supposed to just watch as Nyang Nyang is wronged? Asked Tingyu anxiously. Huan Kaier. If Yin Shui remembers correctly, when Huangfu Juanxiu first entered the Chu Palace, that Huan Kaier seemed to be very interested in Huangfu Juanxiu. Yin Shui even saw Huan Kaier secretly meeting with Huangfu Juanxiu, said Yin Shui based on her memory. What can that prove? Feng Lin didn't understand. This means that Huan Kaier doesn't truly like Prince. Since she already has someone she likes, if we could have Huangfu Juanxiu come over as a guest and help the two of them be together, wouldn't that be a wonderful thing? Suggested Yuer excitedly, her watery eyes flashing with a brilliant light. That's reasonable. If that Huangfu Juanxiu could leave Great Chu with Huan Kaier and return to Shu, that would be even better. At that time, Huan Heng wouldn't force Huan Kaier, who already has someone else in her heart, to stay by Prince's side, right? This is a method that satisfies both sides, said Feng Lin in praise. This method isn't bad, but Huangfu Juanxiu is a Shu official, so why would he come to the guest house in Ji province? Also, who can guarantee that Huan Kaier's heart is still with Huangfu Juanxiu? Ben Lei raised his doubts. Then you're watching as Huan Kaier takes Nyang Nyang's position and you don't want her, right? Asked Tingyu unwillingly. Chapter 358. Of course not, I was just asking, mumbled Ben Lei. If we want to do this, we have to get the approval of Chu Maobei, the crown prince of Shu. However, this person doesn't get along with Master, so he might not be so easy to talk to. If we ask Han Genie, there might be hope, but if Han Genie finds out, Master will definitely find out as well. With Master's personality, he will definitely stop this. Who should write the invitation? Yuer analyzed calmly. If Prince is willing to invite Huangfu Juanxiu over to stay for 2 days, it's not impossible, suggested Feng Lin. Tingyu doesn't dare say anything else, but if Prince finds out that Nyang Nyang left for this reason, he can kick Huan Kaier out in a matter of minutes. There's no need to waste so much effort. Prince isn't the same as before. There were many times when Tingyu saw Prince confess to Nyang Nyang, but unfortunately, Nyang Nyang cut him off, said Tingyu confidently. That's not good. If Prince really does this, it will definitely affect Huan Heng's mood in the army. This isn't something Nyang Nyang wants to see, said Yuer. Perhaps there's someone who can help, Yin Shui suddenly said, her expression relaxed. Who? Asked Yuer suspiciously. Yan Nanxing. Yin Shui's words enlightened everyone and they were all happy. In Yao Moen's opinion, this so-called pavilion was definitely not bigger than a palace. However, after entering the warm jade pavilion, Yao Moen was completely speechless. It actually took half a cup of tea's time to walk from the main hall to the inner room. She had never seen such a large boudoir before. Master Chiao said you were looking for this sovereign. When Han Genie walked into the warm jade pavilion, Yao Moen was eating. She saw that there were actually 49 delicacies on the large jadeite table, and each dish was extremely delicious. Actually, Honorable Lord doesn't need to be so polite with Moen. It's just breakfast, there's no need to be so sumptuous. Yao Moen chewed on the meat in her mouth, the chopsticks, and the bowl was also filled with meat. This was all the meat of top-quality dragon-marked fish. Preposterous. How could Master Chiao dare to use servants' food to trick you? Said Han Genie coldly as he swept his gaze over the food on the table. Isn't Honorable Lord joking with Moen? Yao Moen swallowed the meat in her mouth, her expression extremely shocked. Even Master Chiao has 108 dishes for breakfast. Do you want to listen to this, sovereign? Asked Han Genie solemnly. Yao Moen froze in place. After breakfast, the servants brought tea over. Han Genie took 2 sips and found it tasteless. Yao Moen finally understood why Han Genie had spat out the Longjing tea without any hesitation when he drank it in Guan Osprey Palace. Compared to the tea here, that really couldn't even compare to hogwash. You still haven't said, why are you looking for Ben Zun? Han Genie suddenly thought of something and raised her eyebrows as she looked towards Yao Moen. Can Exalted Lord change Moen to a smaller room? Moen was a bit sleepy after eating dinner last night. I didn't think that I would fall asleep on the floor before I could even enter the bedroom, said Yao Moen tactfully as she put down the teacup. So tired. Han Genie clearly didn't understand Yao Moen's meaning. Ahem. This room is too big, Moen isn't used to it. Yao Moen felt that if she spoke in a roundabout way with Han Genie, she would have to waste more time talking. This is difficult. How about this, I will order people to build another one for you. Han Genie frowned. No need, no need. It's fine as long as it's a smaller one. Yao Moen promptly waved her hands. But this is already the smallest room in 10,000 Emperor City. Even the dog that Ben Zun raises. Han Genie spoke in deadly earnest, but was promptly stopped by Yao Moen. Don't say any more, Moen understands. Even the dog that you raise is bigger than the place I live in. Some words would hurt people if spoken. Oh right, Ben Zun has to go out for a bit today. Do you want to go together? Asked Han Genie. No. Yao Moen shook her head without the slightest hesitation. Seeing Yao Moen refuse, Han Genie didn't insist and got up to leave. As soon as Han Genie left, Yao Moen impatiently walked out of Warm Heart Pavilion. Facing this dazzling 10,000 Emperor's city that was worthy of its name, Yao Moen felt that if she didn't get some benefits, then she would be letting down this trip. Being vulgar was the way of the king, it was the way of the king. Thus, Yao Moen relied on her memory to quickly find that group of girls who had nothing to do all day and only knew how to dig for scrap metal. Hello girls. Yao Moen greeted them as if she was very familiar with them. Under the enormous golden tree, the group of girls wearing green muslin clothes all stopped what they were doing when they heard the voice and looked towards Yao Moen. You're the guest that Honorable Lord invited back. The girl closest to Yao Moen put down the iron pickaxe in her hand and gracefully walked in front of Yao Moen. That's right, you're called Yao Moen, right? Chu country's empress, the one who used that idiotic face to trick Chu king. Another girl in green clothes walked over, her tone not very friendly. Qing Air, speak properly. Without waiting for Yao Moen to open her mouth, the girl beside her already took a step forward. Only later did Yao Moen find out that the girls here were all servants of Han Genie, but they weren't ordinary servants. For example, the 7 girls in front of her were called Hong, Qing, Huang, LV, Qing Air, Lon, and Z. Every single one of them had a great background. If they weren't the courtesans of a brothel, they were first-rate talented beauties from all over the world. Although they were servants, besides playing, they basically didn't have much work to do because their main task was to warm the bed. Older sister Hong, Qing Air is praising her. These days, not everyone has the ability to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. Hey, Yao Moen, can you teach me? Qing Air twisted her waist and moved closer to Yao Moen's side, blinking her eyes. It can only be understood, but not explained. Although it was Yao Moen's first time here, she didn't need to be polite with them. As the saying goes, a kind person will be bullied, a kind horse will be ridden. The current Yao Moen was no longer the same as before. Even the Yao Machine of the past wasn't someone who could be bullied easily. Moreover, she was still a guest. I like this personality of yours. Do you feel that you have nothing to do? Then come with us to dig for scrap metal. At this time, Zier also walked over and pulled Yao Moen towards the crowd. Everyone, continue. Whoever digs for scrap metal, Master Chiao will reward that bowl of brown rice porridge to that person. Qing Er shrugged disinterestedly, then picked up her pickaxe again. This is for you. I'll go ask Master Chiao for more. You have to work hard. Zier looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. She had delicate features and was gentle and pleasant. The two dimples that appeared when she smiled were especially nimble and adorable. This made Yao Moen think of Kubuzher. Thank you. Yao Moen squeezed out a smile. Instead of digging for a jade scepter, instead of digging for scrap metal, instead of eating delicacies, instead of eating brown rice porridge, she still wanted to work hard. Yao Moen couldn't help but shake her head. It didn't matter if her brain was empty, the important thing was that it couldn't be filled with water. However, Yao Moen really worked hard. In less than 2 hours, she managed to dig up 3 jade scepters. Although these jade scepters weren't worth as much as the blue light-colored glass, if they were left on the ground and not picked up, that would be the same as throwing them away. Adhering to this principle, Yao Moen also put away the jade scepters that the ladies dug up that they didn't want. The game ended very quickly. Looking at the rusty scrap metal in her hands, Yao Moen couldn't help but sigh. It really wasn't easy to find such a strange piece of metal in Myriad Emperor City. Thus, under the envious gazes of all the women, Yao Moen drank a large bowl of brown rice porridge. When she saw those angry gazes, Yao Moen really wanted to get angry. This daddy swears that this thing is even worse than hogwash. Are you sure you want to drink it? She didn't know if that Master Chiao was purposely going against Yao Moen. Usually, he only got a bowl of brown rice porridge after he won the game, but this time, he actually prepared a whole pot. Chapter 359. Master Chiao's. Just you wait, if Moen doesn't think of a way to rip off your clothes, I swear I'm not a man. After returning to the warm jade pavilion, Yao Moen took out the jade rui and counted. There were 30 of them in total. That was about the same as Yao Manifest Store's 10 days of income. Yao Moen's eyes instantly lit up. At this rate, if she stayed in Myriad Imperial City for a month, it would be equivalent to Yao Manifest Store's annual profit. What if it was 10 months? What if it was 20 months? Yao Moen was overwhelmed with emotions. I heard from Master Chiao that your dinner was pretty good. Yao Moen was greedily caressing the jade rui when Han Genie walked in without warning. Yao Moen didn't know what to do. You also went to play games? Asked Han Genie as he looked at the jade rui on the table. Where is Honorable Lord looking at? Moen dug these out painstakingly, don't even think about leaving. When Yao Moen saw Han Genie staring at the jade rui on the table, she immediately declared her ownership. What does this Honorable Lord want them for? Do you like them? There are 1,000 of these in the back mountain. If you like them, feel free to take them. It's just that your taste. Han Genie was a bit disappointed. Yao Moen cursed inwardly. Fuck. No matter how bad Moen's taste was, it wouldn't be worse than yours. Taking a piece of scrap metal as a treasure, if word got out, people would think that this place was raising a bunch of idiots. Yao Moen concluded that the rarer something was, the more valuable it was, the more reasonable it was. Back to the residence in the Ji province, Yi Junqing was getting thinner by the day. Yan Nanqing's heart ached when he saw this, so when Yin Shui told Yan Nanqing the whole story and begged him to copy Yi Junqing's handwriting on the invitation card, Yan Nanqing agreed without any hesitation. He was even responsible for stealing Yi Juanqing's seal and stamping it on the invitation card. On the 10th day after the invitation was sent out, Huangfu Juanxiu actually arrived at Ji Province guest house. Although Yi Juanqing didn't know the purpose of Huangfu Juanxiu's visit, he still treated him to a banquet. During the banquet, Yi Juanqing wasn't in a good mood, so he left halfway and specifically ordered Ben Lei and Fingyu Lei Dian to take good care of Huangfu Juanxiu. After Yi Juanqing left, Ben Lei was about to go up to Huangfu Juanxiu when Huan Kai'er beat him to it. I didn't expect to be able to meet with Lord Huangfu. Kai'er is truly fortunate. Huan Kai'er, who was dressed to the nines, walked over to Huangfu Juanxiu with a flushed face. Even though the moonlight was as clear as water, it couldn't hide the bashful look on Huan Kai'er's face. Huan Kai'er's action caused Tingyu, Yin Shui, and the others to finally sigh in relief. It's Consort Qin. Out of politeness, Huangfu Juanxiu immediately stood up and raised his wine cup with a smile, allowing Huan Kai'er to pour wine for him. Things are different now. Kai'er can't be considered a consort anymore. I'm just a daughter of an ordinary family. Huan Kai'er then poured herself a cup before clinking it against Huangfu Juanxiu's and downing it in one gulp. Your Highness has a good tolerance for alcohol. Huangfu Juanxiu praised her against his will. He really didn't have a good impression of Huan Kai'er. Back then, as imperial consort of Great Chu, her conduct was already remarkable. Lord is too kind. Lord isn't going to drink. When Huan Kai'er saw that Huangfu Juanxiu's wine cup was still full, she blinked and looked towards the man in front of her. When she thought back to when she was in Chu Palace, she had already fallen in love with him at first sight. If it wasn't for the benefits of Huan residence, if it wasn't for her status, Huan Kai'er would have even considered eloping with this man. Then, after several unforeseen events, just as she was gradually forgetting about this man, he actually reappeared in front of her. Huan Kai'er's heart began to stir. Oh. Huangfu Juanxiu understood and immediately downed the wine in his cup in one gulp. Although Huangfu Juanxiu had only done it on the surface, everyone could see Huan Kai'er's intentions. As a result, after the banquet ended, Yin Shui and the others gathered together again. It seems like there's a chance. Even someone as slow as Ben Lei could see this, so everyone relaxed. Huan Kai'er's heart is moved, but Huangfu Juanxiu seems to be Junwui. Yuer felt that it took two hands to clap. This matter was still very difficult to push forward. As long as Huan Kai'er's heart is moved, there's a chance. Let's wait and see. No matter what, Huan Kai'er is Huan Heng's daughter, so she's more than enough to be a match for Huangfu Juanxiu. Tingyu uncharacteristically raised Huan Kai'er's status. She's also Great Chu's imperial consort. When a man marries, status is secondary, chastity is the most important. Ben Lei's words instantly caused everyone to glare angrily at him, especially Tingyu. She wanted to stab 2 holes in Ben Lei's body with her eyes. Ben Lei understood. The master was the Empress of Chu. Yi Juanqing raised his cup and drank alone. Thousands of different tastes swirled around his heart, causing him to think. You didn't drink at the banquet just now and hid here to drink alone. Come, senior brother will accompany you. Yan Nanqing's sudden appearance made Yi Juanqing very unhappy. This prince wants to be alone. Yi Juanqing clearly had no intention of letting Yan Nanqing sit down. What's there to be alone about? You've already been alone for so many days. Do you miss Yao Moen? Yan Nanqing very insensibly sat down in front of Yi Juanqing and took out his own wine cup. Why would this prince miss her? She can just leave without a care, but this prince doesn't feel like it's enough to piss her off. When Yi Juanqing heard this, he instantly downed all the wine in his cup. There's no outsider here, so don't try to be brave. I refuse to believe that if you knew where Yao Moen was, you wouldn't go look for her. As Yan Nanqing spoke, the hand he was about to reach for the wine pot was abruptly grabbed by Yi Junqing. You know where Yao Moen is. Take this prince with you. Yi Junqing's reaction made it clear that he didn't mean what he said. Ahem, she can't just throw this mess to this prince and go enjoy leisure by herself, right? This prince went to look for her because... Just as Yi Junqing felt like he couldn't continue lying, Yan Nanqing helped him out. If you want to, then just say it. But this alliance master doesn't know where she is, I'm just saying it casually. Yan Nanqing's words caused Yi Junqing to glare coldly at him. You actually really like Yao Moen. Didn't you say that you only have Yao Moxin in your heart? If you're treating Yao Moen as a substitute, this alliance master won't agree to it. Yan Nanqing restrained the ridicule in his eyes and looked towards Yi Junqing seriously. Even if Yao Moen was two-faced and greedy, especially since she had swindled Yan Nanqing out of a lot of money, Yan Nanqing just couldn't bring himself to hate her. Not only that, he even liked her a little. It's precisely because she's Moxin's younger sister that this prince has the responsibility to care for her and protect her. Yi Junqing couldn't clear his thoughts. Even he himself wasn't sure about this explanation. Then you can relax. Han Genie definitely wouldn't harm Yao Moen. Also, you're not the only one in this world that wants to protect Yao Moen. Yan Nanqing took the wine pot and poured himself a cup. Now that he met Su Qianyu again, Yan Nanqing realized something. Perhaps Phoenix Feather Manor really did lack a young madam. If Yao Moen was the one, at least she wouldn't swindle his family out of their money, right? Yao Moen naturally has this prince to protect her. She won't let anyone else take care of her. When Yi Junqing saw Yan Nanqing's shifty gaze, he immediately spoke in a cold voice. TCH. Who cares? Yan Nanqing shrugged. The main character was right in front of him, so he had some self-awareness. Chapter 360. The next day, Huangfu Juanxiu found out from Yin Shui the reason why Yao Moen wasn't at the guest house. Since Huang Kaier had moved in, Yao Moen had moved elsewhere to avoid being exposed. Out of politeness, Huangfu Juanxiu felt that he should greet Yao Moen, but when he thought about how Yao Moen had defiled him, he dispelled the thought. Don't look at how Lord Huangfu is a scholar, his figure is amazing. The 6 muscles in front of his abdomen are really strong. Behind the fake mountain, maid number 1 held her face in admiration. I heard that too, but unfortunately, I didn't make it in time for Lord Huangfu's parade. I really want to take a look. Maid number 2 was also infatuated. Lord Huangfu is also a man of striking appearance, a dashing and elegant man. If anyone could marry a husband like this, their life would truly be perfect. Maid number 3 was already imagining the grand scene of her and Huangfu Juanxiu getting married. You're dreaming. How could Lord Huangfu marry you? In my opinion, our residence's young Miss Huan is intelligent, wise, gentle, and skilled. She is the best match for Lord Huangfu. The first servant girl did not like Huang Kaier, so when she praised Huang Kaier, her expression was very unnatural. To be more precise, none of the servants in the residence liked Huang Kaier. She looked like the mistress of the guest house and was very annoying. Miss Huan. That's right. That's right. They're really a match made in heaven. Servant girl B echoed. On the other side of the fake mountain, Zi Shuang reflexively looked towards her master. Your Highness. Just as Zi Shuang was about to speak, Huang Kaier shushed her, then pulled Zi Shuang back into the room. Your Highness, why did you pull this servant just now? If His Highness hears about this, it could be a big or small matter. You're going to follow His Highness in the future. It wouldn't be good if His Highness suspects that there's something going on between you and Huangfu Juanxiu. Ever since Huang Kaier moved into the guest house, Zi Shuang had been serving her. However, in order to appear gentle and virtuous, Huan Kaier usually did some things herself and didn't let Zi Shuang do it for her. Who said this miss has to follow Yi Junqing? Huan Kaier took small steps and sat in front of the dressing table. Her slender fingers gently twirled the black hair in front of her chest. In the bronze mirror, her beautiful face was dyed red. Young miss, this matter can't be joked about. Master is doing everything he can to get you to get close to Yi Junqing. You know what his goal is. Once Yi Junqing succeeds, you'll be the best candidate to be the empress. You couldn't be thinking about Huangfu Juanxiu right now, right? Zi Shuang saw through Huan Kaier's thoughts and had a bad premonition. Actually, with father's prestige in the army, it doesn't matter even if I don't become the empress. Huan Kaier raised her eyebrows and casually inserted the emerald hairpin from the jewelry box into her hair. In order to please herself, Huan Kaier purposely dressed herself up. Miss, what's so good about Huangfu Juanxiu? At best, he's just a trusted aide of the Crown Prince of Shu. Apart from this, there's nothing about him that can compare to the esteemed prince. If you follow him, you won't be able to find your former glory or even better. Zi Shuang saw that Huan Kaier was truly moved and immediately tried to dissuade her. Glamorous? That's just like how only a person knows the temperature of water. You should know better than anyone else whether I'm glamorous or not. Zi Shuang, for the sake of the Huan residents, I've already followed father's lead and entered the palace to become Yi Hongyi's consort. Now, I just want to spend the rest of my life with the person I like. Are you not even willing to fulfill this small wish of mine? Huan Kaier slowly turned around and pulled Zi Shuang with both hands as tears welled up in her eyes. But Zi Shuang was troubled. As long as you don't tell father about me, it'll be considered as helping me. Zi Shuang. Huan Kaier looked towards Zi Shuang pleadingly. Since Miss has already made your decision, Zi Shuang's heart is naturally on Miss's side. However, even if Miss has intentions, that Lord Huangfu might not necessarily have feelings for you, right? As a bystander, she could only see her master's endless affection. He won't. He definitely has Kaier in his heart, he just doesn't show it. Huan Kaier firmly believed this. In the shadows, Yin Shui heard all of this and her eyes lit up. In Myriad Emperor City, Yao Moen would be pleasantly surprised every day. At this moment, she was dumbfounded as she stared at the endless hot spring. Honorable Lord, are you sure this is a hot spring? The hot spring in front of her was located in the rear mountains of Myriad Emperor City. It was situated on one side of the mountain and the other by the water. The scenery was delightful, especially when the warm wind blew from the hot spring. It swept away the coldness of late autumn and made one feel indescribably comfortable. That's right, what about it? Han Genie raised her brows and nodded slightly. This is a bit too big, right? Yao Moen couldn't maintain a calm attitude when facing such a large hot spring, so please allow her to be excited for a few hours. By the time Yao Moen was done being excited, Han Genie had already fallen asleep. Thus, Yao Moen didn't wake Han Genie up. She swam alone in the hot spring until she was completely exhausted and couldn't bear to come out. After living this extravagantly for half a month, Yao Moen thought that she would temporarily forget everything about Ji Province. However, when Yin Shui stood in front of her, Yao Moen finally realized that from the moment she left, her heart had been left in Ji Province, left on that person. Yin Shui. This consort isn't seeing things, right? Yao Moen fiercely rubbed her eyes and looked towards the plainly dressed Yin Shui in disbelief. Subordinate Yin Shui kowtows in salute to master. Yin Shui bowed respectfully, her eyes filled with unconcealable excitement. How did you find me? After confirming that her eyes weren't playing tricks on her, Yao Moen's eyes were filled with astonishment. Master, have you forgotten that this subordinate is a hidden guard of the Yin clan? After not seeing Yao Moen for half a month, Yin Shui really missed her. However, when she saw Yao Moen's ruddy face, she felt that she had wronged Yi Junqing during this period of time. Yin clan. Shouldn't this consort consider exterminating it? At this moment, Han Genie, who was leaning against the door, threw out a sentence that shocked everyone to death. If you dare to exterminate the Yin clan, then this consort will dare to exterminate you. Yao Moen's temper flared up. Yin Shui hadn't expected that Yao Moen would contradict Han Genie like this. Just as she was feeling worried, she saw Han Genie shrug and look towards Yao Moen disapprovingly. What will you use to exterminate this consort? I'll use silver to smash you to death, said Yao Moen fiercely. Speechless, Han Genie lifted his brows, then left with a disdainful expression. Why did Han Genie leave? Asked Yin Shui as she looked towards Yao Moen. He's afraid that this consort will smash him with silver. Even Yao Moen herself found this to be hilarious. Yao Moen was still very happy about Yin Shui's sudden appearance. However, there were some things that she didn't say. Master, are you not planning on returning? Something big has happened in Ji province. Since Yao Moen didn't ask, Yin Shui could only say it herself. Something happened. That's impossible, right? Although Yao Moen was in 10,000 Imperial City, Han Genie had promised her that if something happened in Ji province, he would definitely notify her. Not long after your highness left, Huangfu Juanxiu came, said Yin Shui seriously. When Yao Moen heard this, she instantly sighed in relief. She had thought it was something big. What kind of storm can a mere Huangfu Juanxiu stir up? Is Chu Maobei up to something again? Yao Moen finally relaxed. Chapter 361. This subordinate doesn't dare to say for sure. It's just that Huangfu Juanxiu didn't come to find prince or master. He just happened to be interested in Huan Kai'er. If master doesn't return soon, Huan Kai'er might be abducted by Huangfu Juanxiu, said Yin Shui solemnly. Huangfu Juanxiu. Huan Kai'er. You mean that Huangfu Juanxiu went to Ji province this time for Huan Kai'er? Yao Moen's clear eyes flickered with a strange light as she looked towards Yin Shui in surprise. That's right, replied Yin Shui with a nod. Yin Shui, even though this consort's life in Myriad Emperor City is a little decadent, this consort's brain is still sharp. The current Huan Kai'er isn't worth Huangfu Juanxiu sacrificing himself. As for Chu Maobei, there's even less of a reason for him to spend time on a nobody like Huan Kai'er. However, Huangfu Juanxiu's sudden appearance in Ji province is suspicious. Tell me, what exactly happened? Asked Yao Moen solemnly as she crossed her legs elegantly and picked up a cup of tea. This subordinate is incompetent, I really don't know. Yin Shui lowered her head in shame. Forget it. Since this consort has already left, there's no need to care too much about the matters there. You should return, this consort will still be staying here for a while. Yao Moen sighed and took a sip of tea. For some reason, the tea today was especially fragrant. It was probably honey. Master, this subordinate really doesn't feel like this place is that good. Why don't you come back to Ji province with this subordinate? Persuaded Yin Shui earnestly. Cough cough. Yin Shui, you said you can't see how good this place is. Really? Yao Moen choked on her tea and coughed violently before looking towards Yin Shui in disbelief. In her opinion, even Lolan's imperial palace wouldn't be as luxurious and beautiful as this place. Master, those are just worldly possessions and they're not yours. Also, important things might happen in Ji province at any time, so why bother sticking your nose into other people's business? If it wasn't for the fact that she had followed Yao Moen for so long, Yin Shui wouldn't even have the concept of money. As a hidden guard, the one thing she had no affinity with was the word extravagance. Take Yin Shui for example. She wore black clothes all year round and her hair was in a bun. She didn't even need the most basic necessities of a woman, let alone other places where she could spend money. Besides life and death, which other things aren't worldly possessions? Which other things aren't other people's business? As for those things outside, it seems like they aren't this consort's. However, you should return first. Remember, you can't tell Yi Junqing that this consort is here, understand, said Yao Moen solemnly as she restrained the light in her eyes. Yes. Seeing that Yao Moen had already made up her mind, Yin Shui didn't insist so she turned and left. Once Yin Shui left, Yao Moen slowly put down the teacup and leaned over the table. If Huang Fuju and Xiu and Huang Kai'er became a couple, that would really be a heaven-sent marriage. Yao Moen prayed sincerely. After lunch, Yao Moen carried her pickaxe as usual. As soon as she entered the Golden Forest, she saw Qing angrily walking over. Yao Moen. You sanctimonious hypocrite. Qing was so angry that she kept waving her pickaxe in the air. It was very hard to imagine that when a devastatingly beautiful woman stood in front of you with a pickaxe in her hand, the first thing you would think of was comical and nothing else. At this time, Yao Moen couldn't help but laugh. Hypocrite. What a high evaluation. Little sister Qing, if you want to praise Moen, just say it. Moen can accept any higher evaluation. Yao Moen didn't mind and continued to walk into the forest with her pickaxe. Today, she swore to dig up 40 jade rui. Who's praising you? Which ear of yours heard that I was praising you? Shouted Qing angrily as she followed behind Yao Moen. A hypocrite is a true gentleman. Moen's character has always been very noble, explained Yao Moen. Big sister, look at her. Qing was speechless and mumbled to Sister Hong. Forget it, let's just play games. Actually, what you said isn't that big of a deal. All the women in Myriad Emperor City belong to Exalted Lord, so what does it matter? Sister Hong's voice was neither loud nor soft, just at a volume that Yao Moen could hear clearly. Moen is only a guest. Yao Moen naturally understood the meaning behind Sister Hong's words and felt the need to clarify herself. Guest? Who would believe that? Last night, Exalted Lord actually called out your name on Qing bed. This was what Qing cared about the most. Before coming to Myriad Emperor City, she was the top courtesan of the #1 brothel in Zhou. Which man didn't beg and coax her when they saw her? Hearing another woman's name on her own bed was a great humiliation. It can't be. Yao Moen was stunned. Why can't it be? Last night. Just as Qing was about to complain, her expression darkened. She pursed her lips and couldn't say a word. This servant kowtows in salute to Exalted Lord. Seeing Sister Hong and the others respectfully salute, Yao Moen finally reacted. When she looked back, Han Genie was already standing behind her. Looking at that bronze handsome face, Yao Moen suddenly felt awkward. Han Genie called out her name on the bed. That didn't make sense. His sense of beauty had always been problematic. He had already determined that her appearance was ugly. Master Chiao, give Qing enough silver and send her back to Great Zhou's water and sky as one. Han Genie's eyes were calm and his voice was clear and crisp. There wasn't a trace of anger on his face, but he exuded prestige without being angry. No. Exalted Lord, Qing was wrong, please leave Qing behind. Qing can't be without you. When Qing heard this, she immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed with all her might. Miss Qing let's go. Master Chiao walked to Qing's side and pulled her up with one hand. Exalted Lord, give Qing another chance. Qing won't dare again. Seeing Qing tears fall like rain, Yao Moen felt that she should say something about this matter. That. Exalted Lord, just give her one chance. Yao Moen probed towards Han Genie, but saw that Han Genie didn't even look at her out of the corner of his eyes. At this time, Master Chiao had already pulled Qing around her and directly walked out of the Golden Forest. When she met Qing's resentful gaze, Yao Moen felt that she was extremely wronged. She felt as if she had been shot even though she was lying down. Exalted Lord wants to soak in the hot spring, do you want to come? Only when Qing disappeared did Han Genie look towards Yao Moen and sincerely invite her. Moen feels that. Yao Moen felt a bit awkward. Soaking in the hot spring was something that could cause one's imagination to run wild, especially what Qing said just now. If she agreed, it would be hard for others to not misunderstand. But she also sincerely wanted to go. That was a hot spring that was even wider than the sea. Forget it if you don't want to go. Han Genie lost his patience and immediately turned around. Go. I didn't say I wouldn't go. Lead the way. Yao Moen felt that an innocent person would naturally be innocent. Moreover, staying behind might not be welcomed by others, so she walked out of the Golden Forest with large strides. Only when Yao Moen and Han Genie left did Lu walk in front of Sister Hong. Looks like Exalted Lord is truly angry. Ever since Lu entered 10,000 Emperor's City, she had never seen a female slave being driven out. Chapter 362. It's not true Qi, it's true love. Sister Hong's eyes gradually darkened. In this 10,000 Emperor City, she couldn't move her heart no matter what because she knew that no one in this world had the ability to capture that man's heart. However, when Yao Moen appeared, she started to become uncertain and unwilling. Yao Moen hesitated for a long time before looking towards Han Genie. However, before she could open her mouth, Han Genie covered it. Don't think that just because this noble one calls you by your name, it means I like you. You're so ugly, even if all the women in the world died, this noble one still wouldn't like you. Forget it, soaking in the hot spring with you is simply poisoning this noble one's eyes. You can go by yourself. Before Yao Moen could close her mouth, Han Genie had already walked far away. You. Why you, don't go, I don't know the way. Yao Moen felt that Han Genie was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Compared to red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, she felt inferior. You're so stupid, come with me. At some point, Master Chiao had already arrived in front of Yao Moen. Yao Moen really hated this Master Chiao, but she didn't hate the colored glass balls on Master Chiao's body. Thus, Yao Moen acted like she was being guided by the colored glass balls and happily followed behind him, occasionally reaching out her hand. This time, Huang Kaiyer's actions were beyond everyone's imagination, but Huangfu Juanxiu's reaction wasn't satisfactory. Especially when Huangfu Juanxiu had sent someone to throw away the pastries Huang Kaiyer had sent and Huang Kaiyer just happened to see it. Ben Lei and the others were very confused. Go back. Why is Master Huangfu in such a hurry? When Huangfu Juanxiu mentioned leaving Ji province, Ben Lei panicked. Juanxiu has been in Ji province for a while now. If we don't go back soon, His Highness the Crown Prince will probably blame us. Huangfu Juanxiu spoke tactfully, but in reality, he was shocked by Huang Kaiyer's frequent displays of goodwill. Especially when Huang Kaiyer had sent Xi Shuang this morning under the guise of sending him pastries, Huangfu Juanxiu had made up his mind to leave. That Huang Kaiyer wasn't his cup of tea. How could that be? Darren has only been here for less than a month, for you to be in such a hurry to leave, it must be that we have not taken good care of you. Darren, please speak. Ben Lay will definitely instruct the servants to pay attention. Ben Lay tried his best to persuade him to stay. Of course not. There are indeed important matters in Shu waiting for Junsho to deal with. Junsho has already packed up and will personally bid farewell to the esteemed prince tomorrow. No matter how Ben Lay tried to talk, Huangfu Junsho had already made up his mind. That night, Ting Yu and the others gathered together. Everyone was scratching their heads. Now that Huangfu Junsho had left, things were going to be difficult. What do we do now? Huangfu Junsho wants to leave no matter what, so we can't stop him no matter what. Ben Lay's face was twisted with worry. Huang Kai sure is enthusiastic, but that Huangfu Junsho is a blockhead. Can't he see through Huang Kai's intentions? Ting Yu stomped her feet anxiously. I feel like it's precisely because Huangfu Junsho understands Huang Kai's intentions that he left in a hurry. Yu Er hit the nail on the head. Now, it's like the falling flowers are longing for love, but the heartless water is flowing. Feng Lin felt a little helpless. What's the use of saying so much? Huangfu Junsho is going to leave tomorrow. If we don't think of a way, then there won't be any hope of Master coming back, urged Ben Lay. Actually, it's not that there's no way, it's just that it's a little harsh. Yin Shui was silent for a long while before she finally spoke up. How harsh? Everyone looked towards Yin Shui suspiciously. Isn't forcing a good woman into prostitution considered too wicked? Yin Shui lifted her brows and countered with a question. Everyone fell silent. After Yin Shui explained the plan to everyone, Feng Lin let out a long sigh. It can't be considered forcing a good woman into prostitution, but Huangfu Junsho has suffered. Feng Lin's tone was full of sympathy. Everyone felt the same way, so they bowed 3 times in advance to Huangfu Junsho. The next day, Huangfu Junsho packed his luggage and was about to bid farewell to Yi Junqing when he was stopped by Ben Lay. It's truly unfortunate that Prince has gone to the barracks and will probably only be back tomorrow morning. Even now, Ben Lay's eyes were still flickering with apology. Tomorrow morning. Huangfu Junsho looked towards the servant behind him awkwardly. If Lord Huangfu leaves without saying goodbye to Prince will definitely be very disappointed. Also, even if Great Shu has urgent matters, one more day won't make a difference, right? Ben Lay suddenly felt like he was pushing Huangfu Junsho into a pit of fire. Then, all right. Huangfu Junsho nodded helplessly and returned to his room. It wasn't until Huangfu Junsho's figure left that Ting Yu and the others came out from the shadows. Act according to the plan. Ting Yu's words caused everyone to disperse. At dinner, Huang Kai walked into the main hall with too many questions in her heart. However, she didn't see Huangfu Junsho, so her eyes couldn't help but dim a little. Why isn't Lord Huangfu here? Asked Huang Kai in a low voice as she swept her gaze over the servant beside her. This servant heard that Lord Huangfu caught a cold and is currently bedridden, replied the servant respectfully. Caught a cold? How could he be so careless? Zi Shuang, let's go take a look. Huang Kai frowned and walked out of the main hall before Zi Shuang could react. When they reached the arched door, Zi Shuang suddenly stepped forward to stop her master. Miss, if you just go over like this, you'll definitely attract gossip. At the very least, you should at least serve a bowl of ginseng soup so that you have an excuse. Ever since Huangfu Junsho arrived in Ji province, Zi Shuang had seen Huang Kai's every move. At this moment, she finally believed that her master had already set her mind on this man. That's fine. Go prepare now, I'll wait for you in my room. Huang Kai also felt that she was being too impulsive, but she just wanted to see Huangfu Junsho and ask him why he had fed all her pastries to those 2 fat cats in the backyard. About an hour later, Zi Shuang brought in the ginseng soup. Miss, are you really going? Asked Zi Shuang, unwilling to give up. Don't try to persuade me anymore. No matter what, this miss must make things clear with Huangfu Juanxiu today. As long as he's willing, this miss will go with him. Huan Kai'er made up her mind. What if that Huangfu Juanxiu doesn't know what's good for him, and isn't willing? As a bystander, Zi Shuang had seen through Huangfu Juanxiu's heartlessness long ago. Unwilling. Would he be unwilling? I can't care so much, give the food box to this miss. Huan Kai'er snatched the food box from Zi Shuang's hands anxiously and walked out of the room. Don't follow me, I'll go myself. Huan Kai'er turned around to stop Zi Shuang and walked towards Huangfu Juanxiu's room. Zi Shuang felt that something was wrong when she saw how Huan Kai'er was so infatuated with Huangfu Juanxiu. Especially since Huangfu Juanxiu didn't have such intentions, Zi Shuang felt very uneasy. If something went wrong with this matter, Old Master would definitely skin her alive. When she thought about this, Zi Shuang didn't choose to follow her and instead turned to run out of the guest house. In the shadows, Tingyu looked towards Yin Shui in confusion. Zi Shuang, where did you go? She went to find Huanheng, said Yin Shui in a low voice. Oh no, if Huanheng finds out, won't he ruin our plans, said Tingyu anxiously. Don't worry, before Huanheng gets here, they'll already be like lightning from the heavens and fire from the earth. By then, Huanheng will only see the rice cooked, said Yin Shui confidently. Are you sure? Chapter 363. You don't believe me. Let's go, I'll take you to see it. Yin Shui was extremely confident in her ability to concoct medicine. Especially after Yi Liu and Yao Sulwan had tried this soft fragrance pill, the effects were truly amazing. Meanwhile, when Huan Kai'er entered Huangfu Juanxiu's room with the lunchbox, she saw Huangfu Juanxiu sitting at the table, carefully reading a book. He was so quiet and beautiful, like he was a character in a painting. He had an ethereal bearing that made her yearn for him. Kai'er heard that Sir Huangfu caught a cold. I didn't expect Sir to be so diligent and still read when you're sick. Why don't you lie down on the bed? Due to the presence of the servants, Huan Kai'er could only suppress the envy in her heart and walk leisurely to the table. Cold. When did he catch a cold? Huangfu Juanxiu couldn't help choking and chuckling awkwardly. This is the ginseng soup that Kai'er ordered the kitchen to make. Sir, drink it while it's hot. It's good for your body. As Huan Kai'er spoke, she placed the food box on the table and took out a porcelain bowl. When she looked towards Huangfu Juanxiu, her eyes were filled with affection. Consort Chen is considerate. Huangfu Juanxiu had intentionally called her Consort Chen to remind her of her identity, but he hadn't expected that this would stir up the endless sorrow in Huan Kai'er's heart. Juanxiu. Seeing the misty look in Huan Kai'er's eyes, Huangfu Juanxiu immediately told the servants to leave. Perhaps he should tell Huan Kai'er that he really didn't have any intentions towards her. However, Huangfu Juanxiu's actions delighted Huan Kai'er. If he didn't have intentions, why would he send the servants away? Thus, the moment the servants left, Huan Kai'er turned around and closed the door. Why did you close the door? Huangfu Juanxiu's eyes were filled with fear as he instinctively took a few steps back and crossed his arms in front of his chest. His expression was that of a young woman being forced to become a prostitute. Drink the ginseng soup first. Kai'er especially had Zishuang add some herbs in it. It's very good for Sir's body. Huan Kai'er wasn't in a hurry and immediately scooped the ginseng soup into a porcelain bowl for Huangfu Juanxiu. Actually, Consort Chen doesn't need to be like this. Juanxiu didn't even. Huangfu Juanxiu decided to be decisive. If he didn't make a decision, he would only end up in a mess. Huang Fu Juanxiu decided to put his words out in the open with Huang Kai'er. Sir, can't you talk after drinking the soup? Huang Kai'er looked towards Huang Fu Juanxiu shyly with her watery eyes. Even though Huang Fu Juanxiu didn't have any other thoughts, he couldn't bear to reject Huang Kai'er's good intentions. Thus, a bowl of ginseng soup went down his stomach. Sir, what kind of incense is burning on the table? It tastes pretty good. Huang Kai'er walked around to the table, her slender fingers stroking the books on the table, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness. Juanxiu doesn't know. It was the servants in the Fu who changed them. Your Highness Consort Qin, there's something that Juanxiu feels he needs to make clear to your Highness. Huang Fu Juanxiu cleared his throat and looked towards Huang Kai'er with a solemn expression. Coincidentally, Kai'er also has something to say to Sir. Huang Kai'er sniffed the faint fragrance and her eyes became even more dreamy. Actually, Juanxiu only has respect for your Highness and doesn't have any admiration, so... Before Huang Fu Juanxiu could finish speaking, he felt his body heat up and his forehead felt like it was being assaulted by waves, making it impossible for him to think calmly. Kai'er is the same as Sir. From the first time we met, I've admired Sir to the extreme. Now that we meet again, it's a heaven-sent opportunity. Kai'er no longer has the status of Consort Qin, so as long as Sir agrees, Kai'er is willing to serve Sir for the rest of her life. As the fragrance entered her lungs, Huang Kai'er's consciousness gradually became hazy. Coupled with the fact that she had long since wanted to devote herself to him, she impatiently threw herself into Huang Fu Juanxiu's arms. It's not the same, how can it be the same? Juanxiu, too. Huang Fu Juanxiu was still a hot-blooded man, so how could he not be flustered under the influence of Yin Shui's soft fragrance pill? Whatever Sir wants to do to Kai'er. Then let's do it. Huang Kai'er tugged at her collar, revealing her snow-white neck to Huang Fu Juanxiu. At this moment, all explanations were useless in Huang Fu Juanxiu's eyes. Eating to his heart's content was the right thing to do. Thus, Huang Fu Juanxiu helped Huang Kai'er take off her robes, clothes, undergarments, until there wasn't a single stitch left. The bed creaked noisily. This proved that Huang Fu Juanxiu's strong body could withstand the test. The woman on the bed screamed louder and louder, and her screams spread in all directions, throwing all the men in the guest house into disarray. Just as Huang Fu Juanxiu and Huang Kai'er were entangled in a frenzy, Hao Moan had a dream as she lay on the table. She dreamt that Huang Kai'er actually disliked Yi Junqing, so she laughed. Her laughter was so unrestrained that Han Genie, who had been sitting at the table for a long time, couldn't help but laugh. Are you still going to eat supper or not? Han Genie felt that if Yao Moan just slept like this and didn't talk, she would still be pleasing to the eyes. Ah! Why are you here? Yao Mo Wan, who had her sweet dream disturbed, rubbed her eyes and looked towards Han Genie who had a displeased expression as she asked curiously. Master Chow said that you wanted supper, so this honorable lord brought it to you on the way. Han Genie's words were logical, but in reality, the Wanshou palace that he lived in was worlds apart from the warm jade pavilion. At this time, Han Genie had already pushed the disc with 10 rubies in front of Yao Moan. How could Moan be so shameless to trouble honorable lord to come? Yao Moan didn't care. In reality, she didn't care. 10,000 Emperor's City was just too big, so big that she felt that the only reason she could remember the way from Warm Jade Pavilion to the Golden Forest was because of the Jade Rui. That's not a pastry, the pastry is inside. When Han Genie saw Yao Moan pick at the rubies on the edge of the porcelain disc, he reminded her out of goodwill. Yao Moan was speechless. 3 black lines appeared on her forehead. No matter how poor she was, she shouldn't be unable to tell the difference between a pastry and a gem. What do you think of this honorable one's 10,000 Emperor's City? In Han Genie's eyes, those gems were no different from scrap metal, so he naturally couldn't guess that Yao Moen actually wanted to take those gems for herself. Good. Yao Moen said concisely. Aren't you being too stingy with words? Tell me specifically what's good. Han Genie was unhappy. He had sat for so long, but he didn't just want the word good. There's a lot of specifics. Moen, let's start from the city gate. Good jade is slightly flawed, but the jade you spread on the ground is flawless. The bare feet of the golden tree, the hot spring that's as vast as the sea, the fake mountain piled up with jade rui, the tray embedded with gems, and... When talking about the good of 10,000 Emperor's City, Yao Moen felt that 6 hours was definitely not enough. Alright, this honorable one doesn't want to hear these things. What about the people of 10,000 Emperor's City, how are they? Han Genie guided her very patiently. People. Yao Moen pretended to smile, but she didn't think much of it in her heart. Say it. Han Genie urged. Of course the people are good. They have arms and legs, their limbs are healthy and they're also very strong. Good. Yao Moen felt that there wasn't much to say. She wasn't familiar with red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple, and she also caused Qing Air to be driven away for no reason. As for Lord Qiao, even now, Yao Moen's face was still very vague because Yao Moen only remembered that body of sparkling colored glass balls. Forget it, what do you think of this honorable one? Han Genie felt that if they continued to beat around the bush like this, it was very likely that they wouldn't be able to ask anything until the next day. Good. Yao Moen nodded without the slightest hesitation, but in her heart, she was scolding herself for having no moral integrity. If this person in front of her was a good person, then there wouldn't be any bad people in this world. However, Yao Moen really had no other choice. Only good. Han Genie asked unwillingly.